Looks like we're live. Very cool. Let me just share this with my friends on Discord. Right, here we go. Sweet. Yeah. Oh, is all my display settings messed up now? I do not have YouTube chat visible. Very cool. We'll figure it out. Get that out of my way. Yo, I'm Jolly. How's it going? Check this here. Okay. Plan for the stream is fairly simple. Yeah, I'm going good. Plan for the stream is simple. I have not really kept up with all of the updates coming out. I haven't watched any of the guide videos on how DareDevil works. So first thing I need to do is just watch a video and figure out what moves he has available. Then I'm going to take a very similar approach to what I took to building my Spider-Man combo generator. Without, hopefully, it's just going to be a sort of quick and dirty approach. So the idea is if I get a list of everything he can do, and then from the videos that other people have put out, I'm going to try to measure different frame timings. And then once I've got those, we should just be able to brute force an algorithm. Maybe we're going to be able to optimize that algorithm a little bit, sort of rule out some of the error. I'll address that in a moment. We should be able to rule out some of the suboptimal combos before they're explored in too great detail by the algorithm. And then we're just gonna generate a bunch of combos and sort of just use our heads to analyze them and to figure out if what we get is reasonable and new, or if it's something kind of rubbish. We'll figure out how successful we were, hopefully. And hopefully if we set this up correctly, then once the update comes out and is live and is available for everyone, if there are any measurements where I've sort of got doubts whether I've done things correctly, it's going to be very quick to just plug in some more correct values and to figure it out that way. So what I can imagine being a obstacle, definitely, is I do know that DareDevil has like resources, like what Thor does, where he's got something that some of his cooldowns also need some resource. I don't know if it's got a name, ready to go. And so tracking that alongside of the regular cooldowns might slow us down a little bit, but if we're just aware of it, hopefully it won't be too difficult. So, first port of call, I've got CapCut ready. Hopefully I'm not going to dox myself with any of my file names showing whatever, but we'll take that as we go. I'm just going to pull in, I've downloaded a couple of guide videos. So I'm just going to start listing DareDevil's abilities. Oops, oh wait, I should check out what that warning was. YouTube's not happy with me. Please use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less. I don't know what that means. Fury. Oh, Fury. Okay, cool. I like that. Let me just quickly go into my OBS settings. YouTube's angry with me. Stream. Is there something in here about keyframes? I got no idea, man. Stream keyframe. I can't even scroll down on my stream settings. All right. Open widget. Stream status is poor. Current keyframe frequency is 5.6 seconds. Unfortunately, I don't know how to change this. Ooh. No, don't change that. Preview, import studio mode. Advanced. Video. Advanced. Stream delay. How is, like, I know you've only got pretty much just a camera is the only movement at the moment. Does anything look horribly wrong? Am I jittering around? Stream is fine. Cool. Then YouTube can suck it up. Alright. I'm just gonna have a look at this video. Is audio playing? Nope. Oh dear. We've got some preamble stuff. Why can't I hear anything? Oh, I downloaded the video without audio. Okay, cool. We'll figure it out. There are captions on the screen. Brand new melee duelist. Very cool, very cool. Okay, his abilities. Oh. That is scrubbing slower than I was just running it back at full time. Detect enemies through walls. So we've got 3 cooldowns in the bottom right. 4 cooldowns. I can't count. Okay. I'm trying to skip ahead and failing. Have you seen the DareDevil yo-yo combo? I've not seen the DareDevil yo-yo combo. Could you send me the DareDevil yo-yo combo? That sounds interesting. Okay. So I could have skipped ahead. Justice Jab is his primary fire. More importantly, restores Fury. Does Fury restore over time, or is it purely by hitting melees? Clean, but I don't know if the time to kill is optimal. Let me see if I can find it. DareDevil yo-yo. See Mad Little G's posted about it.
Bucky tech. I mean,
hold on. I should probably be sharing my screen. Alright, my voice is back. Sorry, I've got to create this scene from scratch. Let's go. A video capture device. Mad Lil G showcases the grounded version. Okay. Here we go. And I want audio output capture. And finally, I want to do a screen region. Yep. Hold on, can I just... Is display capture what I want? Maybe I want a window capture. Get rid of you. You don't really need my taskbar on there. Ah, good enough. It's a little hacked together, but it will do. Let's see this.
Daredevil take.
Oh, so I can pull people. Okay.
Yep. You can now pull people. And you don't have to use your deflect cooldown. All you gotta do is jump. Right as you connect it, you just jump. Very simple. And I have a combo already ready for you guys. The MLG yo-yo, baby.
Discord.
Check it out.
Look. Finish watching this.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Seems like it's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, I'm being sent the TikTok in Discord. Let me pull that up.
Yeah, that's right. You seen in the first clip, I found the yo-yo combo, but with Daredevil.
There we go.
With Daredevil, there is a yo-yo combo. Now, as you seen in the clip, it isn't as good because you're not in the air as long and you don't keep the person in the air as long. It only works on 250 HP targets, but style points. So basically, to do this combo, first things first, you're going to want to wall run all the way up as high as you can. And then you're going to start tracking them. That's the first thing you want to do. As soon as you drop off the wall, activate Infernal Fury. And then you're going to do your right click. So this is what the beginning is going to look like. And you see how it throws out 2 ping pongs? You want to make sure both of them hit before you do anything. Right after you do that, after you see the second ping pong hit, you're going to hit the pull, smack them, and then right after you smack them, you're going to do your Infernal Fury again.
So he seems to pull himself towards the target, whereas when Mad Lil G was doing it on the ground,
and then press dash,
he managed to stay fairly still.
And then melee. And this is what that should look like in the air.
Is it possible to do that in the air or no? Oh, yeah. Okay, I see it.
And there you go. That's basically the combo. It is really, really, really hard to hit. It took me like 20 minutes just to be able to get that last little part in with the dash and then the hit.
This guy a Spidey player?
The timing of that
Something
is so
tells me
small.
Spidey
You have
players
to
are
have
going to
it
get
perfect.
this
But
much
let
more
me know what you
quickly.
guys think about this combo. Like I said, I don't know if it's going to be optimal. Probably not. But
No, he's not a Spidey main. We'll get this down in 10 minutes. The Spidey main's better be switching metas. Clibbits. G'day. Also a Daredevil B-Hop. Oh yes, I did see that. That looks like it'll be fun. I'm glad to see he's got movement. Mad Little G has that on his channel. Yeah, I've seen that one. So that's like, you can grapple to the ground, I guess. So really, I need to catch up on a little bit. So I need to figure out what abilities he's got. And because he can use the same ability in multiple ways, right? In a similar way to Magic or Spider-Man with his get over here and get over here targeting, or like how Magic has several options out of the stepping stones. Daredevil's got a similar sort of branching tree, right? Yeah, okay. Devil's Chain, Devil's Throw. Both of them cost 2 Fury. Interesting. Okay, so I should just start writing down. So we've got a primary recharges Fury. What was next? What's it called? Infernal Fury. Okay. Infernal Fury costs 2. And that has 2 versions. Devil's Chain and Devil's Throw. Oh, I totally forgot. I had got a little timer to see how long this whole thing takes us. Reverse engineer. Yeah, pretty much. I told you, man, it's gonna be a freaking nerd stream. Okay. Primary fire is Devil's Chain, which is an area of effect. Okay. Secondary fire is a projectile. Oh, okay. And Righteous Cross. All right. So this is his parry. Does this send him into like a frenzy state, like what Iron Fists does? Restores 2 Fury if you block any damage. Okay. So it does have combo potential. Cool. Ejection restores 2 Fury on block. Amjolly, do you know if you can, when you successfully block something and restore your fury, can you do that multiple times with the same block? Like if you block 2 things, does that just mean you go straight back to full? Not sure. Okay, it'll be good to find out. So that's how he B-hops. If it connects with any enemy, it deals damage. What was this called? Devil's Grasp. Okay, so when we get into our shorthand notation, everything's going to be D for Devil's something. Okay, so a projectile, if it hits a person, it does damage. It doesn't seem to do much. Oh, but it does enable his follow-up strong primary by the looks of things. Oh, it refunds 2 fury regardless. That's cool. So that's going to be really strong for comboing. Grapple restores 2 fury. I think it's 1 time. Cool. Sonic Pursuit reduces damage taken, increases movement speed. Wow, okay. So everything he does gives him back fury by the looks of things. Here I thought marking wasn't going to be like part of a combo necessarily. I thought we were off easy, that it was going to be something we don't have to track, but apparently not. Oh wait. Refund 2 fury and transform into Righteous Cross. Okay, so it does give Righteous Cross as well. Alt also rapidly regens fury. I don't think I'm going to worry about alt combos yet, but that is good to know. Righteous Cross on this as well. So we've got Sonic Pursuit. And I've heard that his melee is different to his primary. And something that I would be... Dash replenishes to fury. Something that I would be interested about is if his melee is different to his primary, does that also get replaced by that Righteous Cross follow-up ability? Like, or can you use your Infernal Fury, then use just a melee, and then use your heavy attack with the Righteous Cross? I'm hoping someone's already answered that. Maybe I'll get to it later if Necros shows a couple of combos. Or maybe he won't do it because he thinks it's bad, and maybe it is bad, but... This is all stuff we'll find out. Is CapCut not showing me watching the video? I just realized that this thing's completely blank. Do you have the kit image? I've been watching a Necros video. Hold on. Let me quickly swap this to something else and then swap it back. Okay, apply. Oh, CapCut screen capture is cooked. Alright. Alright, let me do a screen region instead. I just realized you've had... Mine is low res and hard to read. Okay, I'll pull something up in a second. I just noticed that... No, I don't want a window capture. I need a display capture. All right, there you go. Kit image. Let me see, I should be able to pull something up. Oh, do you mean like where the F1 screen? Because I don't have that currently. Probably one of these videos that I've got would include it somewhere. I take it you mean the F1 screen and not just this down here. Yeah, okay. I'll keep my eye... Whoa. I'll keep my eyes peeled. I don't currently have it, but I'm sure one of these videos will include it at some point. Oh, this is being a pain. There we go. Pull himself towards the grapple location. Yep, seen this. Oh dear. Sonic Pursuit. Okay, the alt I'm not too concerned with at the moment. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, but let's see. So he's not covering... I saw that he has... Sent you a low-res screenshot. Oh, cool. I saw that his primary behaves differently to... okay, let's not accidentally... Let's just switch to this for a second. Display capture is potentially a dangerous thing. Save image. Save that to F1. Bring Discord onto my other screen. Did I? Oh, here. Okay. Is the melee listed in this? No. Interesting. Devil's Latch, Infernal Fury, Sonic Pursuit, Objection. Okay, so it looks like I've basically got everything damaging down except for the... Oh, plus 5% damage. Okay, so I've got everything down except for the melee, which apparently does a different amount of damage. So we've got melee, can't spell, and Righteous Cross also restores some amount of fury. So that is the whole kit that we're trying to figure out, I think. team up is just bonus damage for Daredevil. He doesn't get anything out of it. Okay. Bread and butter one-shot combo. We'll find out soon enough. So this doesn't recharge over time. Okay. That makes it a lot easier to deal with in terms of writing code. Snipe, shoot, dash, refunds to fury. Cool. So righteous cross seems to give half. Okay, I should have taken note of whether the melee refunds fury. Yeah, that is a surprising amount of shield. Oh, right there. Devil's Chain back. Oh, he had full fury when he did it, right? Yeah, so I don't know. Oh, did he have full fury that time? Righteous cross yet again. Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how... Oh, was that a melee? To see how strong he is when it comes to just like face tanking from like peelers. Because if he is able to sort of dive in and not care if like a low damage peel, like if the second support tries to help in killing him or something, that could be really strong. Was that a primary or a melee? Okay, this is too fast. Let me slow this down. Or I can go frame by frame, but... I think those are primaries. I don't really know. What I'm looking at. Okay. Not export. So you being another harder hitting Iron Fist. Maybe, but Iron Fist is... Like, he doesn't combo in the same way. I'm very hopeful that he's going to be more like Spider-Man than like Iron Fist, but kind of what we want Spider-Man to be instead of just buffing Spider-Man. Maybe they're going to sort of give us this new hero with slightly less movement, which obviously isn't what we want Spider-Man to be, but I don't know, if it looks like he's got the complexity of combos on par with Spider-Man that really no one else has. Magic players say that Magic does, but they're wrong. But this looks like there's a lot of branching opportunities, which hopefully once once we start sort of pulling it apart and running calculations, there's every chance that it's just going to come up with, hey, there's this very linear approach over health. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it has the potential to be kind of overpowered. Which, I mean, people could complain about, but if they're complaining about this one new diver being overpowered, then just hit him with the Uno reverse card. Hella's getting buffed. Nerf Hella, and we can talk about whether dive is too strong. Okay, so what's he saying now? Start on. Okay, he's just gonna break down. Oh, okay. If he tells me if this is a melee. Okay, it was a melee. Does melee refund? Click melee. Yes, melee does refund half. Also restores half of a fury. Okay. Does Devil's Chain refund? Half as well? Oh, this is going too fast. I can't tell if the refund there is because of the Righteous Cross. It looks like it is. Yes. Okay. Cool. So that restores half of Fury as well. Alright, so this is the kit. So what I'm going to do is, let's call that there. We've sort of got our preparation documentation phase done. What we need now is to start getting measurements for these things, and I want somewhere to put this. I'm going to write just a little bit of code for where this is going to go. We are working in C++ because it's faster than Python. Let's create a generic action. I'm being stupid. Okay, so we want to import a library that gives us strings. That's not the keyword in this language. Wait. Include. Wow. Why is this upset with me? Expected a semicolon. Is that just because I haven't given this a constructor? Okay. Actually, do I want this to include the name as part of it? Yeah, sure. So what does an action need? It needs a name, it needs an amount of damage. Let's give it a fury cost. Let's give it a fury restored. And then we need some stuff for our frame data. Now, let's just create some names for our actions. Now, do we want to go straight into shorthand? Do we want to try and create a shorthand for this? Let's just see if something arises naturally. If we have primary, melee, do we write Infernal Fury as its own thing, or do we just do Devil's Chain and Devil's Throw? I feel like we just do the Chain and the Throw. Chain. Throw. Rejection. Righteous Cross. And the Grasp. Oh, and Sonic Pursuit, but... So, I mean, it works out fairly nicely. Nothing seems to have the same initial, so we can work with this. Cool. So, all we need is something which is going to let us get from our action we want to get to any of these things. Actually, maybe I should have set this up as an alias. How do you do that again? I am not fluent enough with my primary language. What's it called? Enum. Let me just double check how enumeration works. Okay, so I don't do this. Okay, you know what? Let's do it this way. We won't use our shorthand for the moment because that could very quickly cause issues. just have? Okay. And now that we've got this, we can just have a simple list. And I can add this one, and that's just going to tell us how many things are in our action names. So all I need now is a list of integers. Wait, no. What do I want a list of? I want a list of, yeah, because we'll do it based on number of frames. What did I call this in my Spider-Man calculator? I'll just call it frame data for now. All right. I think there's better practice for this these days. How to pass in your variables for initialization, but it is what it is. Fury restored and alrighty. This is how you access it, isn't it? I think that will work. Nerf Spider-Man. All right. So this should set us up to be able to just start creating actions. So not allowed to create a list of actions. Why? Maybe this would have been easier in Python. The code is so that I'm doing what I have already done with Spider-Man, which is to create a calculator which generates a bunch of combos and figures out the fastest one. So this is going to do the same thing for Daredevil, except I'm trying to do it before the character has released. Use MATLAB. Incomplete type action list is not allowed. Nope. I'm very close to just switching this to Python. Without a size being known. Oh, I just need to declare a size. Wait, do I need to declare a size of the array or a size of the... Oh, I see. Ah, I think I have a fix. There we go. Was Karen written in... Karen was written in Python because I wanted to be able to implement it with a Discord bot, and there are already libraries for that in Python, which are very easy to use, and I don't know if the same thing exists in C++. And because Karen doesn't have combo generation capabilities, because that takes a lot more processing power to do quickly. But so this is less akin to Karen and more like Zola, where that one was less powerful for actually analyzing existing combos, but it was able to spit out a bunch of stuff if you just gave it, I need a combo that hits this threshold as fast as possible. That is the goal for this. So Karen was a Discord bot that I made, which you could type in a sequence of actions for Spider-Man to do, and it would spit out, here's how much damage it does, here's how long it takes, that sort of thing. So basically when people would come along into a Discord chat and be like, I found this new combo, is this any good? You could just type it in, Karen would do its thing, and then it would spit out an output, here's how long it takes, here's how much damage it does, and then sort of knowing how many resources you're pouring into that, you could look at that and very quickly and easily compare it to similar existing combos, or say, what if I move this tracer, slightly reorder this, does this make it faster or slower, by how much? It was very helpful for that. We're not in the stage of needing a tool for that, like that for Daredevil, I don't think. What we really just need is for something that can brute force just a bunch of stuff, get us in the ballpark, and then whether something like Karen comes down the line, I think he's going to have a lot less nuance to Karen was running certain tracking for whether you have like an overhead slam, or whether you have like whether your swing has connected to a wall, and so just all of these weird edge cases that honestly probably didn't need to be in there, because most of the time you're running it without it printing out an error if you do some illegal overhead nonsense, because people don't care about typing in everything perfectly right so that it knows whether they're airborne or whatever. So yeah, Karen could have been a lot simpler and would have taken a lot less long to develop. But yeah, so hopefully this isn't going to take long. This is just going to be a sort of quick and dirty trick to figure out sort of what combo possibilities there are. And what I'm really interested to see is not just what is the fastest combo, but how many fast combos are there. Because if it's like, here's the fastest combo and it's really, really fast, that's great. And it'll be like, if that exists, we want to know what it is. We want to know what is the best combo. But what would be really cool to see is that actually there are 5 really fast combos for killing 250 health characters, and that is going to mean there's a lot more complexity to the character, which is a good thing, because that's what Spider-Man players want. That's what's going to convince people to pick up this hero, and that's potentially what's going to make him really strong as well. If when you're diving into an opponent who's trying to read what you're doing, you have a bunch of options for how to attack them, then it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to react to you, which is the ideal scenario. So that's what we're hoping to find, and there's only one way to get to that conclusion, whether that's true or not at the moment, which is just going to be to brute force it to figure out everything. So right now I'm just setting up some really basic code to tell me. Let's move these comments over here. To sort of tell me, give me a framework for, you're getting frame measurements from Necros, right? Yeah, I've got Necros videos. I've got a couple of other videos ready as well, in case I would be lucky to get everything I need from any one video, because presumably other people aren't concerning themselves too much with getting the most precise measurements possible, so I don't assume one video is going to do everything. Or did I leave out Righteous Cross? No, it's one down. Devil's Grasp. Alright, that should just clean this all up a little bit. Fury, just keep that there so I remember it. Alright. Is that what CapCut is for? Yeah, so CapCut's just so that I can go in and measure it precisely, otherwise I would have just gone on YouTube. To be fair, YouTube does have single frame scrubbing as well, but I figured that it's just easier when you can sort of have an interface for it that sort of tells you how many frames something is at once. Okay, so we're just about there. Now all we need is actions. I'm just going to create a bunch of actions. New action. Do I need new? I don't, do I? No, I'm not. I don't have the arguments included. But that's fine. So the damage. There's no such thing as the Python notation where you say what you're passing. So damage, I don't know. Cost. Stored. a new integer array. Is this how you declare this? Hold on. C++ pass array to function. If I tell it what's this complaining at me for? Type name is not allowed. New? Hey, okay, cool. Oh, and I called this cancel times. Let's case this properly. So yeah, what I'm setting up here is just a, oh, this is upset with me now. Why is this upset with me? It's getting real tempting to move this to Python, which will be fast to do. Do I do it? It's gonna mean stopping to look things up less often, which honestly is starting to annoy me. So yeah, let's rename you. Don't need any of this. Change our comments. Bang. All right. Python have some sense of an enum? Oh no, we don't need enumerations for this. Let's just comment this whole thing for the moment. Because we can just set it up as a dictionary instead, which is mighty convenient. Okay. Hello, Comet. How are you doing? We're just transferring from C++ to Python because there are certain little hacks that I got used to using for this sort of project, which are not quite as straightforward in C++. Let's just set some default values. Damage is always going to be declared, I think. Fury cost 0, Fury restored 0, cancel times is a dictionary. Cool. Oh, and I don't need any of these to be called init because Python uses the self keyword. Okay. Which means I need to pass self to the function. Alrighty. We're getting there. Restored, and finally self.cancel times equals cancel times. Lovely. Yeah, so I do not have the early access stuff to lab this by hand, and even if I did, I think it's a pretty cool idea to actually create a calculator which brute forces all of this stuff for me, because when you're doing it sort of by hand, when you're in the game, when you're running this stuff, it ends up, ooh, I can do it this way, which means I don't need you. You don't know if you missed something. So the sort of natural progression of this, and what some of the streamers have already done, is they go in, they lab it themselves, they use their intuition, they find some pretty good combos, but there is nothing to say that they're not missing something which is a lot, well, maybe a lot better, maybe similar, maybe just a slightly branching route. This is hopefully going to find everything, every possible DareDevil combo. And if we can do it before the update comes out, that would be pretty cool. So, actions. Now we get back to something like this. So we've got our primary, which is an action. And it has a damage of, well, we don't know yet. We've got to figure that out. That's one of the things we're going to look at when we're analyzing some footage. It has a fury cost of 0, so I'm not even going to bother writing it in because that's initialized by default. Fury restored of a half. Now, I'm going to keep these as integers because when you're writing code and you're dealing with fractions, what ends up happening is, actually I'm writing this and I'm just going to get an error. Let me create a console real quickly and put it into Python. What ends up happening, I don't know if you can see this in the console there, is let's just create a test variable and let's set it to 0.1. Oh, did Python solve this? Let's go 0.1 plus 0.2. Yeah, so you get this floating point imprecision where if you tell it 0.1 plus 0.2, it's not 0.3, it's 0.30, bunch of zeros and then a 4. So over a short period of time, this doesn't necessarily cause issues, but depending on the use case, like here we're trying to get really precise. And so if we know that we get back exactly half a fury per, you're a bit washed in C++, apparently so am I, which is why I'm switching to Python for now. I know it's a cardinal sin, I hate it, but I'll give them the being able to just very quickly create a dictionary where you access things by, here what we're doing, is I'm going to access the elements of this list actions by just passing in the shorthand of the action, which is mighty convenient. It's going to help readability and it's going to help me write things faster. You can set up similar things in C++ by using like unordered maps or whatever, but I would have to look up a tutorial, so I'm just going to stick with Python, and if at the end it takes us twice as long to compile our code or 10 times as long, you pick your poison. So, let's see, Fury restored. Well, I'm not going to do a half, I'm going to do 1. And I'm going to say the maximum Fury is 6. So, sort of, we're tracking how many half Fury charges do I have. And that's because of this floating point imprecision. Because if I do 0.5 plus 0.5, it gives me 1. Okay, so maybe it wouldn't be an issue in this particular case, but, you know. What about 0.5 plus 1.0.5? Okay, so maybe they've figured it out for 0.5. Oh, yeah, of course, because 0.5 is a perfectly divisible by 2. Whatever. Okay, fine, then I'll make it a float. And hopefully this doesn't cause any issues. Fury cost is 0.0, Fury restored is 0.0, so we're going to deal in floats for our Fury. Okay. I'm probably going to end up wanting some sort of time to damage, but we'll deal with that as we go. Actually, no, I do want that right now. Time to damage. And this is going to be measured in frames, all of our timing stuff. Cool. By the way, if someone who's like not completely stupid with Python knows if there's a more efficient way of doing this, I'm sure there is. I just can't be bothered to look it up. If someone tells me what to do, I will change that. But it works, so I honestly can't be bothered if it's not bothering anyone else. So on the punch, Fury restored is half. Time to damage is unknown, but it is going to be something. So I'm not going to want it to be 0, but I'll just get that there for now. And now here's where the real meat is going to be in finding these cancel times. So the cancel times into another punch, and we're just going to initialize these all with 0 to begin with. The cancel times into melee. Whoa, I'm losing track of my cursor. Into what's next? The chain. Into the throw. Projection. So yeah, what's going on here is we're going to have this list of actions from which we can pass, we can grab out an action just by giving it this shorthand of, for example, P, and then we can go into the cancel times and pull out how long it takes to go from that action to start up some other action, and we're going to access that also by using this shorthand. And so if I want to know how long a punch takes, given that the next action is going... All right, hopefully I'll see you soon, Angeli. If we want to go from a punch into, let's say, a melee, then the question of how long does the punch take before we can cancel out of it is going to be accessed like this. So it's going to be our actions, and we're going to grab out the timing for the punch, given that we are cancelling into a melee. And so once we've got it all set up, this is going to spit out some number of frames, which tells us how long a punch is if the next thing is a melee. And so all we have to do is brute force through all of our different possibilities of, well, I'm going to try punch, then melee, then chain. do that for a bunch of things. And that sounds like brute forcing that is going to be a right pain, but actually you'll see once we get to it that it's quite straightforward. If you have some understanding of the data structures at your disposal, it ends up not being too bad at all. It's just something we call a priority queue is going to be our best friend in dealing with all of this. Okay, righteous cross, grasp, and sonic pursuit. Cool. So these are all of the things that we need to measure for each of our actions. Why is this upset with me? Because I haven't told it the time to damage. Wait, no? Because the open bracket wasn't closed. Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. If I just save, is it going to realize that it's in the wrong here? This doesn't have a new keyword, does it? And it is curly brackets for a list of this kind. Oh, missing a comma. Okay, cool. So, if we just copy this a bunch of times for each of our actions, then we have the framework to just paste all of our other stuff into. So we've got melee, we've got chain. Okay, so Devil's Chain costs 2 Fury. Fury cost is 2. Fury restored is 0. That I can do right now. Cool. Then we've got Devil's Throw, which is in the same camp. That one's going to cost 2 Fury. In fact, we don't need Fury restored because that's 0 by default. Fury cost is 2. Why is this upset with me? Oh, because I copied this before I fixed. Oh no, I just didn't. Okay, cool. Punch. Objection. Objection doesn't do any damage. Potentially restores 2 Fury. It's going to be, there's a question of what to do here. What's R again? Righteous Cross. Restores half of Fury. Yep. Cool. Grasp, Sonic Pursuit. Now, Grasp in itself I don't think restores Fury, but it does give you the Righteous Cross. Same deal for Sonic Pursuit? Grasp. Oh, Grasp does replenish 2 Fury on its own. And so does Sonic Pursuit. Okay, cool. Right, am I missing anything else? Restores 2 fury on block. Primary follow-up restores half a fury. Grapple restores 2 fury. Dash replenishes 2 fury. Okay, cool. Let's move these. Trying to keep things tidy so that I don't confuse myself down the line. Okay, so we've got an area of effect slam, which enables, what's it called? Righteous Cross. Cool. Throw is very similar. You know what? We can kind of count this all as our prep. Grapple, Devil's Grasp. Oh, what did I just do? Something at the terminal. Oh, I'm compiling something. Let's not worry about that. Devil's Grasp. Grapple, which restores 2 fury. Does it enable... Righteous Cross? I can't remember. I do not remember for this one either. Let's sort of separate these things out. Just keep things tidy. Enables Righteous Cross can probably be its own thing. case of this one, it is true. It does enable Righteous Cross. Let's just copy and paste this to the other ones, which are in the same boat. That's Infernal Fury. Now I've got to check for the other ones. Let's have a look back at this video. Does objection enable Righteous Cross? Okay, no, it seems not to. So the Grasp definitely enables Righteous Cross. Good to know. Let's put that in now. Bang. Let me just... We're still in the prep phase, I've decided. I haven't taken any sort of frame measurements, so this is all still prep work. Does this enable Righteous Cross? No. Cool. That's another thing I'm going to end up needing to track, which is whether or not, the cooldown time. Cooldown time equals 0. Primary has no cooldown time. I believe Infernal Fury also has no cooldown at all. I think he's got cooldowns turned off for this clip. Yeah, that's annoying. I'm sure someone's going to show all of the timings. So Infernal Fury, no cooldown. It just costs his resources. Objection will have some sort of cooldown time. I don't know what it is. Let's just mark this as to do. Devil's Grasp. Presumably has a cooldown. Okay, that seemed to be a 10-second cooldown on marking. Oh no, that's 10-second cooldown on the grasp. Okay, cool. So 10 seconds times 60 frames a second. Cool. Now Sonic Pursuit. Looks like it's probably 16 seconds, but I'm going to have to double check that. Okay, let's just... I'll type 60 frames per second. Cool. Alrighty. So is that everything we need to find out? It's just the cancel times, I think. So I'm just gonna spam to do next to all of these so that I know what I have and haven't measured. To be fair, the fact that it's 0 should be a little bit of a giveaway. Let's just do it this way. Find and replace. Bang. No results. Okay. Grab you. Put you here. Replace all. Cool. Alright. I will be right back. Oh, that's the wrong scene. Let's just delete that scene. Remove. Go on. I'll be right back. I gotta run to the loo. Alright. So. Damage numbers. Surely someone's already found the damage numbers. Let me just hit up the Discord, see if anyone's got this.
You can.
What the heck? Oh. Okay. Let's see if this guy sort of goes into DareDevil Ultimate without what? Without line of sight. How many Nemel squids? DareDevil see invisible. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. I don't think that's quite what I'm looking for.
What to do, Direct Nation? We finally got the gameplay showcase for DareDevil, and it's amazing.
Wait, did this guy get early access, or is he just breaking down the gameplay trailer? I think he's just... okay. Give me a second. Let me scout this out a little better. Is this what I want? This guy seems to actually have the early access.
It's a pretty good shot. Here we go again. I'm gonna do it way off. So Devil's...
Here we go. This is what Jolly wanted. Let me just screenshot this for him. Alright.
Chain converts damage dealt into bonus health. Ooh. And Devil's Throw will slow your hit targets and both temporarily enable right... Yeah, see that? Console R2.
Oh, this is going to be a good one for getting frame timings, I think. Maybe he's just making... If he's just mucking about in the practice range, this is going to be very good for getting frame timings.
And then the quick melee. So he is really quick on the melee. Here it is. Wow, that is real quick. So can we intermix those?
Good to know.
Oh yeah. You can spam them all.
Oh, that's great. That's going to be great for timings.
Now he's got the Righteous Cross. But I don't think you can do that at will. That's a special one.
Our enemies are near. I can feel them.
So his L2 is called Whirl Billy Clubs in a tight guard to block frontal damage and reflect projectiles, becoming immune to all incoming harm during the stance and gain fury. So this is what it looks like. And it's got a 12-second cooldown. So that sounds like one of the best abilities in the game.
Let's add it in. Objection. 12-second cooldown. Very cool. Oh, is the video still running? Oh no.
So 12 seconds for that, not bad. So it works for 2 seconds. And anything that comes your way is going to get reflected back at the player. And that includes ults as well. So if Iron Man tries to hit you with a maximum pulse, you do that, it goes right back to him. Same thing with Magneto. Same thing for just guys shooting like this. Watch this. Blocked all that. I don't know if it actually hit him, though. Let me turn the cooldowns off and we'll see. It's supposed to. Can't aim that. Pursues. Locks onto a target, gaining increased speed and damage reduction when attacked. While in range, dash to the target, blinding them and restore fury. So let's do that. So you got a good range here. I mean, I could Sonic Pursuit him from this far. That's crazy. Let's go to the actual range. It's a little over 30. So here's what it does.
You're on my radar.
And you can see the bar on the right.
There is a timer
It shows
on
how
it.
long that's going to last. So
Cool.
during that time, remember, it says we get increased speed and damage reduction. So let's test the speed up. Okay, so here we go. I'm just going to sprint normally.
So you
Our
got
enemies are
cooldowns
near.
turned
I
on?
can feel them.
Okay, your average speed, of course. Let's do this and see if it goes super noticeably faster.
On the hunt.
I mean, I
think that's
noticed it
pretty
a little
dramatic,
bit.
I
I'd have
don't
to put a counter up there to see for sure. It's not that much, but it's a little noticeable. And of course, you get damage reduction the entire time as well. But more importantly, you get a dash. So let me do it again.
On the hunt.
And then when
we're
you're in
gonna find out
range, it looks like
if
20,
he's
about
got
20
cooldowns
meters.
turned on.
Same button. You push it, L1 for me,
It's the devil.
and it does damage to him.
Ah, okay,
Not
yeah,
much.
he doesn't have cooldowns turned on, so I
Level
don't know if when the timer expires whether it takes up your
Let me turn the
cooldown or not.
cooldowns off so we can see how long that really is. Okay, so we're going to pursuit.
You're on my radar.
We're going to dash.
Oh wait, what
So
was
you
that?
can
14
continually
seconds or
change
15
targets.
seconds?
There's dash. So you can... Okay, so we're going to pursuit.
You're on my radar.
We're going to dash.
15. Okay.
So you can...
Cool. 15-second cooldown here. Oh, when I said 12-second cooldown, it should be 12 seconds times 60 frames. Alright. Where am I going? I'm going back to here.
continually change targets. There's no cooldown on that. There is the cooldown on the dash, but no cooldown on
Oh,
this.
okay, cool. Good to know.
So what was the cooldown on the dash? Was it 12 seconds? Let's see.
Injustice.
15 seconds. Ooh, that's a high cooldown.
See you.
So you always want to have a target with this. Never not have one. You want that damage reduction. You want that speed boost.
Our enemies. I see you.
Now, if you kill the target in the time frame, so let's dash to him and get that 15-second cooldown, and then we kill him, it's going to reset our L1 dash.
On the hunt.
We got it right back. We can do it again.
Cool.
So you're always going to be lunging as long as your target dies. I don't know if someone else kills your target.
Did
We'll have to test
anyone
that real quick.
answer whether
All
we
right,
have
let's test
damage
on this guy.
numbers?
So we're going to Sonic Pursue him. Stop to kill him. Sonic Pursue, we're going to dash.
Not yet.
Yeah, so if someone else kills him, it's still reset. So that's great. So always have a target going with this. And the circle is Devil's Latch. It says fire a grappling line that reels DareDevil.
Alright, what questions am I looking to have answered here? I don't know whether or not we count objection as restoring fury by default, given that you have to get hit. I mean, given that that's the only thing that it practically does within a combo, let's just assume that we're getting hit. Assume we get hit, or we parry something. Because why would you add it as an action if you're not assuming that you're parrying something successfully? Cool. Yeah, otherwise it's just a waste of time. It doesn't do anything. Nice. So damage numbers. Damage numbers would be nice to have. We can figure that out just by watching the video, presumably. Although I don't know if we sort of set that as a lower priority because someone else might have already done that and I might find that out fairly soon. So really, what I need is to get the animation timings. Now this video by Tabor Hill looks really good. This is going to be exactly what we need. So I'm going to download this really quickly. So that I can plug this into CapCut and start chopping it up and see how long all of the different animations take. Oh, can I turn on audio? No. Is this someone?
Marvel Rivals for providing early access.
They call me.
Oh, this is someone else with early access. Okay, I'll keep this tab open in case we need it. Alright, this is going to take a minute to download. So I will just try and get some damage numbers off of YouTube while we wait on that, I suppose. Let's see. Where does he use his primary?
Two. He swings the Black Widow-esque batons, and that's the Justice jab. And you do gain something called Fury, so you can see those 3 flames there.
Our enemies are near. I can feel them.
So it doesn't do the most damage, but it's nothing to scoff at, though.
Is he going to do that again?
This
from
is his
full
melee
health?
button. So normal swing, and then the quick melee. So he is really quick on the melee. Here it is. Wow, that is real quick. So can we intermix those? Oh yeah, you can spam them all.
Not your best work.
Okay.
This
He's
is going
got
to be
the
really
righteous
difficult to
cross,
get numbers.
but I don't think you can do that at will. That's a special one.
Our enemies are near. I can feel them.
So his L2 is called Objection, and it says whirl billy clubs in a tight guard to block frontal damage and reflect projectiles, becoming.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to get damage numbers if we don't sort of have the point of view of someone getting hit. How long's my download got? 9 minutes. Not too bad. My internet sucks, by the way.
Don't have to hit the X. Let's do it real close.
I can hear them getting closer.
Here we go. Okay, so it does. So that was only 55 damage. Let's do in between. Not too close, but not too far. Now that did 84 as well. So you can
Does he
see.
have
you
such
can just keep
specific
spamming
damage
that,
numbers?
keep getting all your health back. That's awesome.
80.
I feel like this character is going to be
Oh, does it give
insane.
100% overshield?
But don't forget how awesome Devil's Throw is as well. So that's the one that ricochets between.
You've been sentenced
And what does that one
Oh,
do?
wow.
Oh, that will slow your targets. And of course, you always get that additional attack with the Righteous Cross. So you can follow up with that. So there's a lot of combos you can do. I am just blown away by how great this character is going to be. Now, does his block, which was Objection, does that do damage? Let's see. Oh, it does. So not only does it block, it deals damage to him. That's crazy. Okay, how about his ult? What does this do? Let the devil out. Embrace the beast.
Okay, so there is damage for, for objection. Okay, cool. Oh dear, okay. Man, there's a lot of moving parts in this. I see people coming and going, and maybe that tells me that I should change my titles. Using code. There we go. Hopefully that reduces the shock value of people kind of joining and being like, this isn't Marvel Rivals. Alright. Stream health, stream settings. Yeah, I think I'll just stick to analytics. My phone is buzzing at me. Is this something important? Oh. Alrighty. Okay, so what is there to do now? So we're waiting on a download. We're waiting on a download of a video that is going to help to tell us. What is it going to tell us? This is going to help us to get our frame measurements. So this guy's video, he mucks about in the range a lot in a really good way. This is going to be helpful to get frame
So,
timings
let's
out of,
see
I
here.
think.
Do they have to look at me?
Okay, the ult I don't really care
Or do I have
about.
to look at them? It's available. Try to land our X
Man,
right
getting
on this
damage
guy's
numbers
face.
is going to be a right
That was a pretty
pain.
good shot.
Especially
Do it
because
again.
it's got
I'm
a
gonna do it
melee
way
sequence. Oh, someone's... Oh no, okay. That's not a reply to me. Bummer. So, the problem is it's got a melee sequence, and they're going to have different timings for sure. You can tell that just by watching it. But what's really the question is
Okay, so yeah, you gotta have some pretty good aim with the Devil's chain. But let's see our.
is whether his primary hits all do the same amount of damage or different amounts of damage, and that's going to be quite difficult to figure out.
Bonus health.
But it can
So
be
that's
done.
quite a bit. Okay, so let's see how much bonus health you can get. He's got 325 health to start with, which is great.
Pay for your sins.
We're gonna try to hit smack dab.
Our enemies are near. I can feel them.
325 health, 409. So that was 84 damage. 84, and it takes a while to decay.
84 damage or 84 health or both? It looks like both, so this could be very convenient. 50, 50, 75. Yeah, okay, so it looks like it's just 1-to-1 bonus health. That is handy. That is really good to know. So 84 damage on, what was that? That was the Slam Infernal Fury? Yes. 84 damage is the maximum. We're assuming the ideal scenario for all of this. Cool. So that's a good start. Time to damage, we're going to figure that out. Let's just replace each of these with just a reminder that we've got to do stuff. I don't want to accidentally leave stuff why is this? Oh, right, yes, of course. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I just like to leave these to do tags over my code so that I can just sort of scroll through and see if any of them are left. I don't sort of leave the project thinking that I've found everything when I haven't. So we found the damage for this. We don't know the damage for Infernal Fury. We don't know the damage for Objection, which we now do know has damage, which is inconvenient for me because it's going to be a bit of a pain to figure out what that damage is, but it does add some interest to the character. I think that's pretty cool that he does damage while he's doing his block. So everything in his kit does damage. This is quite cool. That looks like it could be quite a lot of fun. Alright, back to YouTube.
Let me try it again, but not
So
that one.
84, I believe, was the
I'm gonna be a
most
little
damage he
closer
could
this
do,
time.
right?
409? Okay, well that's still 84. So maybe you don't have to hit the X. Let's do it real close.
I can hear them getting closer.
Here we go. Okay, so it does. So that was only 55 damage. Let's do in between. Not too close, but not too far. Well, that did 84 as well.
Okay, so it's good that you don't have to be massively
So you can
precise
see,
to get the
you can just
maximum
keep spamming
damage.
that and keep getting all your health back. That's awesome. I feel like this character is going to be insane. But don't forget how awesome Devil's Throw is as well. So that's the one that ricochets between.
You've been sentenced
And what does that
to
one
public
do?
humiliation.
Oh, that will slow your targets. And of course, you always get that additional attack.
Wait a second. 84 divided by 1.05. So it's 80 damage base, but he's got a season multiplier. Cool. So in that case, let's write it that way. Let's say it does 80 damage, and then we're gonna add in a season multiplier at some point. Where was this one? 80 damage? Oh yeah, I didn't need to look that up. Whatever. Okay, cool. So this is just going to be a global variable. Season multiplier equals 1.05. Neat. While we're here, let's declare a couple of other global variables. So we've got max fury is going to be 3. What else do we need to keep track of? I could write something, you know what, I'll write it here now so that I don't forget to do it later, but really this is something I'm going to want to move into a class later. We want to keep track of how far through his punch sequence he is. And the melee sequence as well. So you will notice that there's a sequence of 4 hits that happens while he's using either his primary or his melee. And let's call this primary sequence to sort of, because they're both punches, or neither of them are punches. They're hitting him with billy clubs. But yeah, there's that sequence of 4 hits, and the timings just visually are definitely different. The damages might be different, and that's going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt if that's the case, but we roll with that as we go. So, primary sequence, melee sequence, we're going to have to track sort of the decay of that, which is whatever. We're going to have to track whether he has Righteous Cross available, which by default he's not going to. There's presumably a timer on how quickly you can use that. I don't know what that's going to end up looking like. Let's just put a comment for ourselves here, where we're sort of tracking the state of what's going on. I'm just going to divide this out. This is sort of its own little chunk that we're not going to worry about too much right now, but while I've got to wait on the download to do our frame data anyways. Oh, it's done. Okay. We may as well just think through a couple more of these things. There's also going to be a primary sequence timer. So that is to say, if you do your first punch in the sequence, there's some amount of time that can pass before you will actually move on to your second punch. And I don't know what that is, but that's okay. Sequence timer is going to be the same thing. Same deal. It's probably going to be a... maybe it'll be the same number, but we're going to need a separate timer for it. Cool. Internal Fury. I mean, there's no reason to press that and not just activate it straight away, so that doesn't need any timers associated with it. Devil's Throw. Do we need any special state associated with this? I don't think so. Not off the top of my head, at least. Objection, we might have some sort of edge case. We'll leave ourselves another to-do note. So we want to handle the case where we're up close, we're dealing damage with this objection, but we're killing them before we land all of the blows. In that case, we don't want our timer to say that it takes the full length of objection, but we want it to cut a little shorter, where threshold is hit before all damage is dealt. Okay, that's something that we're going to handle pretty late. Righteous Cross, we've got our timer set up for that. We've got something telling us whether or not it's available. Devil's Grasp. So, I mean, I don't think there's anything associated with that. That should be fine. Sonic Pursuit. Now, you could argue that you need some sort of a timer to keep track of whether or not you are still marking a target, but given that the mark has no cooldown, we can just assume that it's got 100% uptime, I think. So yeah, I think that's all good. So these are all of the state variables that we need to keep track of. Apart from then, we're going to want to keep track of how much damage we have dealt so far, and how much time has been taken, and this is going to be measured in frames. Cool. So this is all going to have to go in some sort of a state. I'm not going to worry about that yet. We can leave that till a little bit later when we're sort of bulking out the code a little bit more. Let me just hide my screen while I move back over to CapCut. All right, let's get some frame data, shall we? Has anyone replied to my messages? No. That's all right. All right, cool. Okay, so he does what everyone else does and looks at the battle pass first. There must be some sort of a clause in their contract where they have to do all of this. Let's look at all the new skins. How cool are these? Alright. We do not have audio. That's alright. He's just looking at the tracking. I'm just going to cut all of this out. Simplify our timeline a little bit. What did he do here? Is there a double jump? Oh, pfft. Okay, so just from watching him do the melee or the primary sequence, what I can do, presumably, so the crossfade makes this a little bit difficult, but you can see that he's starting up the animation on this frame. So if I zoom right in, got 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, and wait, is it just a 2-hit sequence? Oh, it is. Cool. And are they the same distance apart? That would be really handy. Because in which case, I just wouldn't have to track that at all. Oh, it's weird. It's like a 4-hit sequence where the last one's a little bit quicker. Ugh, gross. Alright. So it's there that it restarts, I want to say. So what we're doing here, I'm just trying to figure out exactly how long the animation loop is when Daredevil is swinging his billy clubs. Okay, wait. So how many times does he do it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 5. Wait, does he start with the left hand or did he start halfway through? Let me just chop it here for a second. He starts with the right hand, okay. So the first one is a little bit faster? Wow, it does a lot of damage for a primary attack. Like for a primary melee attack of that speed. Compare that to Spider-Man. That is radically, radically faster. Okay, cool. Do we try and get damage numbers out of this? He's full health when he starts, no doubt. Yep. And what was that? That is Just a little bit over 25 damage. And then it does more for the second hit. And the whole sequence seems to do just about bang on half of his health. Or, ooh. It's so hard to see. Okay, it looks like that's the first frame of the animation. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it starts again about here. So this should be pretty much the full animation loop. Let's copy it, let's paste it up here, see if it seems to end at about the same time. We're going to do that by just making it a little smaller, pulling it off to the side, and now we can compare it side by side and see if we've lined up the loop correctly. Seems like we've made it slightly too long. Let's come back here. I don't know when the start is, which is a bit of a shame. And again, I guess I don't need to. Okay, no, yeah, it is pretty obvious what the first hit is now that I think about it. Yeah, so we start on the last hit of the sequence. Let's just consolidate this here. Alright, so we want to figure out when does the animation loop. So when his arm starts to move, it's fair to say that the animation's starting. It looks like that's the first frame of the hit animation, probably. Yeah. So he's idling. Bang, his arm starts to rise there. Okay, cool. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. About there. It's a little bit masked by the fact that he's still jumping around. 1, 2. Oh, does he get a whole other loop in? Let's just go off of how many frames has this vanished, the trail. By the time we get to what we think is the start of the animation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frames. So if we go 5 frames after that trail vanishes, is when we think that the animation ends. One, two, three. Wait, so if it were here, then skipping back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frames would make the trail visible. Okay, cool. So this is five loops of the primary attack. So how long does that last? 7 seconds and 36 frames. Let me just 7 times 60 plus 36, and we're dividing that by 5 loops total. So we expect about 91 frames for our full melee loop. About 91 frames for the full loop. Oh, and I should have changed that. We're on animation timings now. We're doing frame data. So we've had nearly 2 hours of just prepping, getting our documentation ready. This project might turn out taking a little longer than I expected. Alright, let's come back to CapCut. So does it add up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh wait, I can manually go up to 91 frames, which is 130 and 1. Let's copy this, paste it here, see if it seems to line up. That lines up quite well. Copy and paste it again after that. Yeah, bang on. Lovely. Very cool. Okay, so 91 frames for the full loop. You might think that that just implies that since there are 4 hits, then 91 divided by 4 is 25 minus it's about 23 frames per hit, but I don't think it's even. I don't think it's evenly split between the hits. The first one looks a lot faster to my eyes, and that's going to add some complexity to the matter, which is a shame, but we'll figure it out. Can we get a clean visual on how much damage this does? Do we get a frame in where we can see the lines? Not really. This is where it's doing the... Okay, that's primary and that's melee. Okay, and then it's weaving them, and I've got no hope of figuring that out just yet. But we are going to get there. So that's primary again. What on earth is this? Is this a 3-hit sequence or a 4-hit? It's throwing me for a spin for some reason. Where does this switch to melee? About here. Yep. So now he's doing melee. Okay, so what is it? It is left, right, left uppercut, heavy right. Left, right, left uppercut, heavy right. Okay, so it's another 4-hit sequence. And he does it for a long time, which is going to be really handy. Okay, cool. Where does it start? We should be able to tell in much the same way. That is quite obviously the start of the animation. Left, right, uppercut, right. Left, right, uppercut, right. That's 2. Left, right, uppercut, right. That's 3. 4. And that should, let's just go 5 and keep it nice, even. And that's where it starts again. Let's just select everything and keep it out of the way for the moment. All right. So 5 times through of the melee sequence takes 6 seconds and 5 frames, which implies that 1 time through takes what 6 seconds is 60 frames per second. 12, 13, 73 frames per. So about 73 frames for the full loop, which is 4 hits. I'm going to leave that same note to myself over here. Let's just double check that our math adds up. We're going to be able to tell this visually. 74 frames, I said? Or 73? It was 73. So right here, not paste, cut, copy, paste. Let's drag it here so we can see side by side if it looks like it's still matching up. Looks good to me. Cool. All right, so we have now got, I mean, this is a step in the right direction. We definitely can't complain about knowing how long the full loop takes. Oh, this is going to be challenging, though. This is going to be challenging indeed. But hey, that's half the fun. All right. Let's see. Infernal Fury. Okay, we can get a damage time on some of these things. Because it's very obvious when the first melee starts up. So here's our first frame of the melee, and so okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm not going to measure to the hit marker. I'm going to measure till the health actually moves down. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 21 frames. Should I measure to the hit marker? Because that seems like a really long time, given that you could physically see it landing. All right. We could take some frame measurements of just random things and sort of start building out our knowledge that way, which could be the way to go. What have I done here? I've just zoomed in somehow. Restore. Cool. All right. Is there a indicator on the UI for when that ability started? Yeah, everything goes red. Cool. Okay, so we're figuring out, what is this? This is Sonic Pursuit. Wait, no, what? This is Devil's Chain. Bang starts on this frame. And there. Okay, so it looks like... Wait. Yeah, let's go off of the time where it actually not gets the hit marker, but registers the damage, which seems to be on this frame. Okay, cool. So the damage time is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 frames. Wait, was it 24 frames? Alright. 24 frames for this Devil's Chain to do damage. Bang. We've got something. It's not lots, but it's a start. Save RAM wasn't built in a day. Alright, Devil's Chain takes 24 frames to be able to hit, and it looks like if he wanted to, he could start blocking. Like, he could cancel it with his block at any moment. Now you could cancel... What is L2? This one here. Let me consult. I've got a screenshot of his kit. Sorry, I don't know which icons refer to which abilities too well at the moment. Oh, I put it in Discord. That one is... Oh, it's objection that he can use after a moment. So he can cancel... Let me bring this back up. He can cancel into objection. Wait, what's that one then? Oh, he can tag someone at any time. Yeah, Sonic Pursuit. Okay, cool. So he can tag someone whenever he wants. That's cool. Makes a lot of sense. And then that L2 is objection. And circle is Devil's Latch. Okay, so we can do those both at the same time, which is here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 19 frames. It's after 19 frames that you can do Devil's Latch. So what are we looking at? We're still looking at the chain. Devil's Latch. What? Oh, I've got that as the grappling. What did I call it? Devil's Grasp. Is that a separate thing? Necros just said it wrong. Okay, cool. Latch. Devil's Latch. Let's replace all instances of this G with an L instead then. Replace all. Bang. Very nice. Okay. Devil's Latch is what we're doing out of Devil's Chain, right? Devil's Chain is where he smacks the ground. Area of effect slam, yes. So you can go into the latch after 19 frames, and you can also go into objection, his parry, after 19 frames. Cool, let's get rid of these to-do icons. What's S again? S is Sonic Pursuit. There's nothing to say you couldn't do that at a similar time. But I'm not sure yet. 19 frames, question mark? We're going to figure that out. Alright. Okay. Let's see. So, what are we doing? We are just going through footage of other people playing Daredevil. I don't have the access to this early access build. It would make my life a little bit easier. But I have been too lazy to apply for the early access build. So instead, we're watching other people's footage and we're taking precise frame measurements so that we can chuck it into a program which is going to brute force every possible combo. And it's going to do it in a pretty efficient way, is the hope, once we've optimized it all. So this part is a little bit laborious. It's pretty weird to do. What is that that's on cooldown? Oh, here's I would like to see if he ever does this slam while he's got someone tagged. I'm sure he would at some point, because that's going to help us see. Oh, cool. Is that like a very specific damage number for... Oh, wait, we already had... No, we don't have damage number for this. That looks like it's 50 base. 50 base? I'm gonna put that in, and we're just gonna leave a question mark with it. So that is Righteous Cross. 50 base plus 5% is gonna get us to 52 and a half. I'm just gonna leave them a note to double check this. I want to check Discord, see if anyone's replied. If they've told me if we've got damage numbers already, it would save me a whole ton of time. But there's every chance that the answer is no. We haven't. Okay, no one's replied. Very cool, very cool. That'd be too easy. All right, back here. Let's have a look. Oh, we can get a damage time for this ability then. It might do a different amount. Might take a different amount of time depending on how close you are. Sonic Pursuit. Oh, because he's already got someone tagged. But there's not... Does he have someone tagged? Oh no, it's the Righteous Cross. Oh, Righteous Cross timer. We needed that. So he slams, and it's 5 seconds, or is it 6 seconds? And it's actually 6 seconds because it starts at 5, but it's on 5 for a full second. And then it's also on 1 for a full second. So here you've got... Wait. Does that make sense? No, that doesn't make sense. It's 5 seconds. Okay, so 5 seconds... okay, 5 second max time is how long we've got to use it. Cool. So that's what that timer was for. Does this look... No. Does he go straight in? No. But let's get some timings for his primary attacks now. Because we're going to be able to see what frame his primary starts up on. So he's running, he's running, he's running. Bang. That's the first frame of his primary animation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're going to when the damage happens. 14. 14 frames for his first hit in the primary sequence. Very good. Primary time to damage is going to be 14, but that's probably going to be different for each of his attacks. He's got multiple attack animations in his primary sequence, and some of them seem to be faster than others. They might even do different damage amounts, which is going to be a real pain to figure out. So we're going to do the variations, like keep track of the variations. And exactly how we implement that, I'm not entirely sure yet. But we'll figure it out. I'm getting messages. Ooh. Cool, that's unrelated to anything we're doing here. Very nice. Okay. Just got a message from a friend. Things you love to see. All right. So, I think we're just kind of approaching this in a bit of a disorderly fashion. Man, it's ticking over in my brain exactly how we're going to handle the fact that there are different melee animations. For Spider-Man, the nice thing is you had a punch and a kick, and punch 1 and punch 2 took exactly the same amount of time. So I guess the best thing I can do for now, unless I coincidentally get some more clips that I need where he's sort of doing one hit, stopping, doing another hit. That's what I'd need to really get all of the information. But until I find that, the best thing I can do is just keep track of, so it's 14 frames to the first tick of damage. Then when does the next one happen? It happens at 38 frames. So let's just write down the sequence. So it looks like 38. Oh, that's actually interesting because that's just twice 14. So maybe the first two are evenly wait, it's not. What am I talking about? That's not twice 14, and that's not how it would work anyways, unless there's 10 frames of sort of exiting the first hit. It's possible. All right. The third hit happens at Did I miss it? I must have. That's hit 2, 38 frames. Third hit registers at there. Where was that? Right here, 57 frames. Okay, so we're no longer. That's definitely a different increment. It's quite obvious just by looking at it that that third attack takes longer than the first two. React to Mr. Beast. Is Mr. Beast live? When was that sent? Did I miss this? Fourth hit of the sequence. What frame is that on? One minute and 18 not 1 minute. 1 second and 18 frames, which is the same as 78 frames. Okay, cool. So now if we get footage of someone starting and stopping each hit, having these numbers at the ready is going to be really convenient. Until then, that's as good as we can do. Can we figure out how long it takes? Actually, yeah, let's get a fifth one because that's going to help us figure out from the fourth hit back into the first. So, back into the first hit. Bang, when is that? That is 1 second and 47 frames, 107 frames. Cool. Alrighty. Oh, this is just him testing damage and overshield numbers. It's all well and good. Okay, I've seen this. I don't think this is what we need right now. What time is it? 2 p.m. I've not had anything to eat today. I'm gonna grab some lunch in just a minute. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, let's try and get some data on the Throne Billy Club. How long does that take? We should be able to see when it starts based on the UI in the bottom right. Right there. Oh wait, no, that's just him starting up. I see. So when the icons go red is when the actual throw happens. There. Throw starts right here. There are multiple ticks of damage, which does make me wonder. Oh man, there's a lot of complicating factors in this. So figuring out what to simplify and what to model is really going to be important. I'd like to see this throw done on a single target, which I'm sure he does earlier in the video. I would be very surprised if he doesn't sort of go through the abilities one by one. So let's see what he does. He's doing a parry here. I don't know what he's doing right now. It would help if the YouTube downloader downloaded audio as well. Oh, this is just him still testing the parry. He's checking the range of marking people and dashing to them. How much damage does the dash do? That's a bit short of 25. It would make a lot of sense if that's 20, which would end up being 21 with his season bonus. Let's just lock that in. You know what, and I'm not going to leave notes for myself to check, because if I get someone giving formal numbers, I'm going to double check everything anyway. So that's not Devil's Latch, that is Sonic Pursuit. We're saying that was 20 damage. Not 30, I hit the wrong key. Not 320. Alright, cool. So we still don't know Devil's Latch. That is the grapple, as opposed to the dash. I'm sure we'll be able to find that out easily enough. Oh, was that the... Oh no, that's just him dashing again. Okay. And he's got cooldowns turned off, which is why he can do that. Okay, now with cooldowns on. Yeah, 15-second cooldown. I'm not going to take the timing from this because I'd prefer to time it when he's closer. Because if you're doing this in a combo, you're sort of assuming that the entire combo is kind of happening up fairly close. And I imagine the travel time could be a factor. That said, at 10 meters, I am tempted to use this number here. So let's see if we can tell just by the UI when the dash starts. We absolutely can. It's interesting that you can use Devil's Fury right away. the UI implies that you can start Devil's Fury mid-dash, which is interesting. How long till it deals damage? Right there. How many frames are we talking? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 frames to deal damage, at least from sort of 10-meter range. Let's just take a note to ourselves that that was 10-meter range that we measured that from. And now, in terms of how long does it take to use other abilities, so it's perfectly happy to let you start up objection pretty early. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 frames, and it's happy for you to be able to use objection or the grapple. What's the grapple? Devil's Latch. That one is Devil's Latch, right? That icon, I've got that the right way around. Yes. Cool. 19 frames, I said? No, because it was 17 frames to damage. It was 9 frames, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes. Cool. So we're talking about Sonic Pursuit here, and the time before which you can use Devil's Latch. That's going to be 9 frames. What is R again? Wait, what am I? Objection. Objection was the other thing. What is R? Oh, R is Righteous Cross. That's his follow-up attack. Cool. So he's just testing tagging people here. Oh, that's a dash straight into melee. Okay, we need that. Well, not melee, primary. So this is the frame where he starts up the dash. Bang, it connects. And here is the frame where the melee starts up. Let's confirm this by seeing when the melee deals damage. Right there. How long did we say the first melee takes to deal damage? Or first primary, rather. 14 frames. Does that align with when we said it started? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. No. 14. Okay, I'm going to put that down to server latency. Yeah, you can quite clearly see that that's the start of the animation. So, how long did it take between the dash and being able to start up the primary attack? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 frames. Now I'm going to make a certain assumption, which is that it's going to be the same for the melee and for Righteous Cross. That would make a lot of sense. That's how Spider-Man tends to work. His primary attack buttons all have the same startup behavior, which is that they don't cancel other animations. And I imagine the DareDevil is going to be much the same. Oh! Alright. Cool, that's a decent dent. Let me quickly... How's this for high tech? Bang. All right. Let's I'll mute my microphone. I'll be back in 5-10 minutes. All right, I'm back. What did I get for lunch? I'm glad you asked. I got ham and tomato on toasted sourdough. I'm going to be intermittently muting myself so that I can eat that without mic munching. Let's just hit play and see if we get anything worth taking note of. I'm just wondering if that was a faster dash than what we've got recorded, done from a little closer. Yeah, that definitely was faster. So we've got like 19 frames for the dash. Where's the dash? Yeah, we've got 17 frames. That was 12. So let's knock this one down. We ended up getting confirmation on the fact that that's a 15-second cooldown. Alright. We might be able to get some of these cooldown numbers pretty quickly, or some of these... It's hard to say. It's hard to say whether or not we're going to get these quickly by just watching, say, Necro's video as he's walking through the actions one by one. That's one way that we could potentially get some of them. I'm curious as to whether Devil's Fury... oh, not Devil's Fury. The Wrathful Strike, whatever it's called. This one here. Oh no, this is the dash. Righteous Cross. Whether or not Righteous Cross is going to visibly disable other abilities while it's working. Okay, so we've got one for the latch here. So this blocks us out of using other abilities. For how long? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 frames. Alright, so the latch. 11 frames where you can't use this. Was it blocking it out of itself as well? Is he doing this with no cooldowns on? No, he's using the latch. It blocks you out of Wrath. Wrathful Fury or whatever it's called. Which means both Infernal Fury and both Devil's Chain and Devil's Throw, because you need to be able to use Infernal Fury for both of those. So as a minimum, this might go up later. Let's just put a note to selves. That's the absolute minimum amount, because we've still got to get our damage off. It's possible that you might be able to cancel your own damage, which obviously we don't want to say, oh, you can cancel it this fast if you haven't gotten the damage yet. If you're eating your own damage, that's kind of worthless. Now, Where are we? So in terms of Sonic Pursuit, it's going to be hard to say without just a video of someone specifically doing that sequence. I'd like to measure the damage time from up a fair bit closer, to be quite honest. That was Righteous Cross getting used, and it does block you out of all other abilities for how long? Oh, we're going to get a damage time on this as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, we already got a damage time on this, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Does that match up with what we've already got for the damage time? Oh, we don't have a damage time. There we go. Now we do. Okay, 13 frames for the damage to come out when you're using Righteous Cross. Now, so for anyone wondering what we are doing, we're just taking the best measurements that we can off of footage that other people have provided of how long every action takes to cancel into every other action. And once we've got a fully fledged list of all of that, then with that, we can run an algorithm which is just going to brute force every possible combo. And at the end of this, we will very easily be able to say, I want a combo that kills 250 health targets. And what this algorithm will do is it will brute force everything sort of going off of the fastest possible times. And then it will spit out, here are the 1 or 2 or 5 or 10 fastest combos that do at least as much damage as what you were asking for. In order to get to that point, we need to take a bunch of measurements, which is a little bit of a pain, but it's what we've got to do. So we're streaming it just because we can. We're just hanging out. If you've got any questions about the process, feel free to ask. But, you know, it's only so interesting. We're just kind of hanging out. So let's see. You can visibly see from the icons being red that there's a minimum time before you can cancel from Righteous Cross into something else. And I've just chopped it up, so we should be able to measure that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 frames is the absolute minimum. So that's cancelling into all of his cooldowns, which includes... oh, sorry, that wasn't Righteous Cross. Wait, was it? No, it is Righteous Cross. What's C stand for again? Internal Devil's Chain. Oh, right, which is like his Moon Knight style projectile. Alright, so it's 8 for that, it's 8 for his parry. Cancelling into Righteous Cross itself kind of doesn't make sense, so we don't actually have to have anything here. In fact, we could, like, I don't know, let's just put 999 because this is something that you're never going to do, and so we want to disincentivize our algorithm from doing it. So we'll do it that way. L latch. Latch is the only one that we can't really tell just by the visual indicators, I think, because does that icon stay... Oh no, the icon actually does go red. Cool. So that one we can tell is also not 999, that's 8 frames. S is 8 frames. These ones both have icons, right? Sonic Pursuit, yes, that icon goes red. So does, well, Devil's Latch is the ability that we're using, right? No, which one is the one that we're using? R is... Oh, yes, Righteous Cross. Righteous Cross is what we're measuring right now. Cool. So, it seems like it's just 8 frames for everything. That is really convenient, very easy. Because, yeah, absolutely everything is red for the same amount of time. Yes, please tell me your primaries out of this. That would be so convenient for our measurements. No, okay. Unlucky, can't have everything. So we're very close to figuring out everything for Righteous Cross at the very least. We still need to watch him do that into a melee, and I'm sure that that's going to be the case for some of the existing combos that people are displaying, so that shouldn't be too hard to find at all. Let's follow through with the same logic here. So you're never going to use a Devil's Latch immediately into a Devil's Latch because you won't have the cooldown available. So let's disincentivize that by saying it takes 999 frames. Same thing for Sonic Pursuit. In fact, let's just create something that says cool down. What's the word for it? Something that's not an incentive. I don't know. Cooldown self. No. What's a descriptive name for the sort of behavior that I'm trying to model? Let's just go. Let's do this. That's pretty good. Infinity equals 999. It'll make sense in context of the code. So we're just saying that the time that it takes to cancel from an action into itself, if that action is on a cooldown, let's just say it's infinity, so that once we are brute forcing the combinations, it is disincentivized from trying to do a righteous cross straight into another righteous cross, because, well, that's impossible. But more generally, something that's like on a cooldown. Sonic Pursuit, we don't want this to try to brute force the combination Sonic Pursuit, because that takes 15 seconds to do. So we'll just say it takes an infinite amount of time. This should be S, not P. Sonic Pursuit. All right, cool. So we're just taking a whole bunch of measurements. We're trying to figure out what all of the timings are, because once we've got that, it's actually going to be surprisingly straightforward to getting a bot which will brute force all sorts of combos over all sorts of different amounts of time. How are we doing that? Do I have access to the beta? Not the beta, the early access. No, I do not. I'm too lazy. I haven't reached out to the devs. So I'm just watching other people's footage. There's a fair bit of it around, so it's not too bad. What do we got here? We're kind of just watching and hoping that they sort of do all of the sequences that we need. So this righteous cross is at a closer range. I want to see if it does a different, not a different amount of damage, but if it takes a different amount of time when you're up close, because there is that movement component to it. So let's see. Does it deal damage sooner if you activate it from closer? So it starts here, which is indicated by the UI going red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 frames. Okay, that's shorter than before, I think. What do we have? We had 12, right? Time to damage 13. Okay, so really 9 frames, if you're up nice and close, is all it takes from pressing the button to deal damage. That's good to know. Cool. And was it the same 8 frame window for other 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? We've got 7 frames there. Let's just err on the side of it being a little bit shorter, or on the side of optimism, where it looks like you can cancel out of it after about 7 frames. And you might think 7 frames is shorter than 9 frames if you cancel out of it after 7 frames. When it takes 9 frames just to do its damage, aren't you going to be cancelling your own damage? The answer to that is maybe. For Spider-Man at least, you can cancel a lot of his actions a couple of frames before they actually deal their damage, and it will still land and deal the damage before it moves on to the next animation. So we're just going to err on the side of optimism for now. And the nice thing about the way that we're structuring all of this is it's very easy to come back in and edit things if we gain some new knowledge, or if something changes in a future patch before they release this or afterwards. If we ever want to calculate some new stuff, it's really just this initial getting the bulk of the frame data that is a right pain. I'm going to mute up so I can take a bite of my food. Oh, did I mute? I can't tell. Now, there is no cooldown on Infernal Fury, but because it costs 2 Fury, and unless there's a move stack that I don't know about yet, you're therefore going to not have enough energy, enough Fury left over after using it for the cost of 2 energy. You're going to have to weave in something else that gives you energy back. So I'm going to say that these do not cancel into each other either, because there's no scenario where you would be able to do one after the other, because you would need 4 Fury to do that, which isn't possible. So let's add it over here as well. Very good. Cool. So, primary, man, these timings are going to be a real pain to get. I kind of want to just focus on all of these for the minute, and we'll get to the other timings a little bit later. Maybe as we start on it, they're going to prove to be easier than we expected, which would be nice. Has anyone given me damage numbers? No. Cool. All right. All right, we've got the throw happening here. So we can see, what can we see? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 frames before you can use objection or the grapple, the Devil's Latch. So that's good to know. We've got Devil's Throw into objection is 20 frames, into Devil's Latch is also 20 frames. Now, because it's at range, I don't want to take the time to damage or some of the other cancel times for this one, because I'm not sure that they're going to be accurate to the fastest combos we can get when we're fighting up close. So here I'm looking at this, because I can see he's doing Righteous Cross straight into primary attacks. So this is a useful timing to have. How long is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 37. 37 frames between using Righteous Cross and being able to melee. Now, this is an assumption, but it's a pretty good assumption because this is how most heroes work. If they don't have, like the primary and the melee don't have the ability to cancel other things early. And so they're going to end up with the same timings. I could be wrong about this. If it turns out I'm wrong, if we find evidence for that along the way, we'll go back, we'll double check some of these numbers. But for now, I think we've got pretty much all of the information we need about Righteous Cross, which is nice. That's one of too many abilities. But we're going to figure that out as we go. So that's a pretty good start. Man, this is a pain in the butt of an edge case to handle. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Let's keep looking. I'm not sure if that was as fast as possible. I think for timings like that, where it's a throw into a Righteous Cross, we're going to want to watch footage of people like Necros, where he's demonstrating the combos that he's already labbed and he's already sort of practiced the muscle memory of the execution. And we sort of see him doing some of the tighter cancels that are possible. Was that the melee? That is, isn't it? Yeah, that's not primary, that's melee. Cool. So that's the first frame of it there. Okay, you know what? We're going to bring this to the start of our timeline because that way it's going to tell us the actual number of frames quite easily that it's taking. So the first hit happens at 11 frames. Time to damage, 11 frames. So, and then we've got to worry about variations. Now, in the same way as we did for the primary attack, we're just going to keep track of these numbers. They're going to help us down the line when hopefully we get more useful footage. But for now, the best we can do is just say within the sequence, how long does each hit take to register? So the second one registers at 35 frames. I mean, we could take some pretty good guesses. 65 frames for the next one. And what are you? You are 84 frames for the last one. Cool. And can we see when it starts back up? Oh, we already know how long the full loop is, actually. Which, come to think of it, does this 91 frames for the full loop? That doesn't quite line up with what we expected then, but whatever. There's a little bit of variation in when the server actually registers stuff, which makes getting good frame data quite difficult, but really we don't need perfect frame data, we just need good frame data. So I said we can take pretty good guesses at when each punch actually starts up, so let's do that. That looks like the start of the second punch's animation right there. So let's say the first one is 14. Yeah, so it looks like 14 frames. into the second punch. So it's 14 frames. And we'll just write this down the same way. Variations. So it seems to take 14 frames, which would mean that the second one, if it's 14 frames, the second punch, if it starts at 14 frames and hits at 35, that's also 11 time to damage. So that's pretty nice. So here's the next one. This next one starts at 29 frames. Is there any chance that there was a frame stutter? Yeah, there's a frame stutter. So let's say it starts at 28 frames, and then that just means that it's consistent with the last one, that each of the first 2 punches takes 14 frames to happen. That seems very sensible to me. So it's 2, 7. Okay, so from frame 28 to frame 65 is 37. So you're 37 frames for the third hit in the melee sequence. And that's a sudden jump, which is a pretty good indicator that that's the start of the fourth and final hit, which happens at the 50th frame. Let me think about this. What am I thinking about now? Oh, and then, yeah, it wraps around at 73. Okay, so if we just deal with the differences, what does that mean? Let me just convert this. So it's 14 for the first one, 14 for the second one, 28 to 50 is 22. And then 50 to 73 is 23. I'm running on a bit of a go slow. That all seems quite reasonable to me. Okay, so from 50 we measured, that was 37. And then the last one seems to be going back to 11 frames to hit. So it's 2 quick hits, a slow hit, and then another quick hit. Except the last quick hit is just as quick to deal the damage, but slower to wrap around back into the start of it. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, let's do the same thing for his regular punch sequence. Let's do it when he's hitting something. So let's just hide this layer. Okay, for some reason it feels fairly obscured what's going on here. So let me do it at this one instead. So we've got he's starting up his first hit. Can we see clearly when that does damage to Groot? Why on earth does it not look? It's not very obvious when that's doing damage, annoyingly. Oh wait, is this? Oh, this is the melee sequence anyway. Does he... Okay, that's all done at a distance. Cool. So here's one loop, I think. Let's just copy paste this over the top of it. Let's get it all nice and lined up. There we go. That's well in line. All right. Let's hide this layer which is in the way. It takes an exceptionally long time to register the first tick of damage. Far out. If I set the start and the end time of this sequence properly. It's hard to say. Alright, so it looks like all of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 frames start up to its primary before it actually lands the damage. It's possible. I'll write it down. We'll see how we go. Got 28. Oh wait, that's just the time to damage. Wait, I've got 14 frames as the time to damage. Where did I get that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Maybe he was having latency as he did this sequence here. Let's grab it from somewhere else and just see if we see something different. That's mixing in melees, so that's melees. We want just primary attacks. What's this here? That's the dash. That's another dash. That's a dash. Cool. This is what we needed. So I said this is the first frame of the attack. Does that check out? Yeah, you see him shift there. That looks good. And is this where I got my 9 frames measurement from? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nope. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh no, I got 14. So yeah, 14 frames seems reasonable. Yeah. Oh, I already wrote all these down. Okay, cool. 14, 30. Yeah, oh yeah, because when the damage registers. Cool. So when does the second one start up? We're going to eyeball it. He's back and bang, there's a shift there. That's noticeable. How long did that take? Let's move it to the start. It's just going to be easier to see if it's at the start of our timeline because we don't have to sort of drag through what's going on. Instead, we can just read out what frame number of the entire project we're looking at. That's frame 17 when the second one seems to start up. Cool. And does the one after that seem to start up? So there's a noticeable movement here. That's at 38. Wait. Which is the same time that the damage registered. Okay. Oh, wait. Bang. Okay, that. 41. 41 is when the next attack starts up. Which makes sense, right? Because you're coming 3 frames. 3 frames out of each of these is when the next one starts up. Seems reasonable. So between 17 and 41, what's that? That is... So of course the first one's just 17. The next one's 41 minus 17. Wow, we're running slow today. 4:24. Is it possible that this first one actually started up like 5 frames earlier than I realized? Would that describe the discrepancy in the second round of hits that we saw? We'll deal with all of that in a moment. 41 is when the second attack starts up. Or third attack. And then there, 62. And the last one seems to start up. So that is another 21 frames. Oh, what was that? Yeah. And there's a noticeable shift here at 123.70, so that's 83 frames? Wait, is that the shift? No, that's the shift. There, that's where it is. Okay. 89? Is it possible that I dropped like 2 frames off the front? Or is this when it starts up? Too much to think about. So that's 107. Is 107 minus 17 is 90? Yeah, so it's very well within like error of 1 frame for all of that. That seems pretty reasonable. Okay, cool. So if you take 17 frames, 24, 21, then we can deduce that the last one should take 91, our total, minus 17, minus 24, minus 21 is 29 frames for the last one. Let's just check if that seems reasonable with what we've got. postulating that that last one takes 29 frames. So from 62 plus 29 is what? It's... Wait, is that... Am I being dumb? Yeah, what I'm saying is essentially just seeing primary startup frame. Yeah, I'm willing to say that that's within an error tolerance of 1 or 2 frames. Cool. So that there is how long each one takes to cancel into the next. And this is when the damage comes out relative to, I mean, if it were to be relative to when each one started. Let me think about this. I shouldn't have deleted that last line just yet. Yeah, this will still be useful. So it's between 17 and 38 is, what, 11? Wait, 21? Yeah. Sorry, my mental math is running really slow today. Between 41 and 57 is 16. These are all over the place, man. This is also 16. Far out. Okay. So that tells us how long it takes to deal our damage from the time we start up the attack, depending on which hit in the sequence it is. Oh dear. What a mess. Alright, so the first hit, 17, which is also the shortest, which works out conveniently for how I plan on implementing this. Let's get rid of the to-do from here, because that's a job for the actual calculator part. Now, all of these, assuming you can cancel primary and melee using the same, what do you call it? Using the same abilities, like the primary can just be cancelled by starting up any ability, melee can be cancelled by starting up any ability. Seems like a pretty reasonable assumption. All of these are going to be the same. So once we find one of them, we know all of them. Now, I'm assuming that melee doesn't cancel primary. I could be wrong. If it does, then it's probably going to be the same as these, all of these as well, because it's not a matter of how quickly can you cancel it. You can cancel it instantly, but what we really want to know is how quickly can you cancel it without eating your own damage. Now, these ones I'm very confident will be the same. These ones might not be. In fact, melee will probably be in line with these. If melee can cancel a punch, which would make sense, that's the case for magic at the very least. And that's the case for a lot of heroes who have animation. I guess not a lot of heroes do animation cancels with their melee out of a primary attack. It's mainly just magic that I can think of. Can Iron Fist do something like that? Does Panther cancel his melee? I don't know. All right, now let's keep that to-do listed somewhere. It's really up here. We're going to handle the timing variations of the melee and primary attacks. Cool. What am I thinking about? I don't know. I think now we just want to start watching some combos where people are displaying, here's the combos I've come up with. And so the first go-to for that, I think, is going to be Necros. Let me just delete everything from my timeline. I don't need any of that anymore. Let's go back to Necros video and get to the point where he starts showing off his combos. Alright, so this is where he starts talking about the combos that he's been labbing. Edge with Sonic Pursuit. When he used Sonic Pursuit, did that stop him from using any other abilities briefly? Hopefully not, because that could complicate matters. No, it didn't. Cool. Channels Infernal Fury, uses Devil's Throw, and immediately cancels it. When he says immediately, okay, cool, that's good. So that tells us that once he uses Devil's Throw, he's going to give us the minimum timing to use the dash, which is good. We need that. That was going to be one of the harder things to get. So when it goes red is when he uses the throw. That's bang right here. So here's the throw. And can we tell when he uses the dash? Does something happen in the UI? Yes. Okay, right here. So that's as fast as he did it, was 29 frames. I'm skeptical as to whether that's the fastest possible or if he just did it slower because it was a demonstration. So what was he doing? He was doing throw into not the latch, but this one here. So he took 29 frames, I think. Oh wait, was this at full speed though, or is this? Okay, so yeah, I should disregard that. I should watch if he does it at full speed. Yeah, okay, cool. I think that's at full speed, hopefully. Kind of doesn't look like it. See, that's the annoying thing about getting a highly edited video. Yeah. Okay, he's just talking through it here. Alright, we should be able to get some good stuff out of this. I would imagine he hasn't sped this up. So here's where he does the throw. He seems to like to engage with throw and latch. Or sorry, not throw and latch, throw and dash. Pursuit. Oh wow, you can cancel that quite early. 11 frames he does here. Cool, I'm glad I checked. Sonic Pursuit it is, okay, cool. Now, in theory, we can pull some data out of this, but man, it's going to be a bit painful. Has Fane uploaded his guide yet? No. Because he tends to go a bit slower and sort of really walk you through it, which could be exactly what I need, but alas. Alright, so I'm just looking for... Okay, so we've got some timings on Devil's Throw here, potentially. Wait, oh, no, but that's not the timing we need. I don't care about his movement options, I think. Unless, do I need... Sonic Pursuit. Sonic Pursuit I do need. This is his ult. I don't need ult. Alright, interesting. So it locks you out of different things for different amounts of time. Oh no, he's locked out of... He's locked out of Wrath because he doesn't have the cooldown available. But whatever, we'll figure out at least something from this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8? 9? 9. Looks like 9 frames. Is this at full speed though? Looks like it. Yeah. Cool. Oh, right. So I did already have that information. It is entering Devil. Is it Devil's Wrath? What's it called again? Infernal Fury. How's progress going? We're chipping away at it. So there's certain things that we need. So we're pretty confident on how long each punch and melee, like each primary attack and melee attack takes within the sequence. So the question is, how much damage do they do? Does each punch in the sequence deal a different amount of damage? The odds are yes. The melee sequence seems a lot simpler than the primary sequence. The primary sequence, every single hit takes a different amount of time. So who knows what's going on there. But for the melee sequence, it's short attack, long attack, short attack, and except the last short attack has some extra time before it loops back into the start of the animation again, but that's not too bad. Odds are it's just going to be 2 damage numbers for the melee sequence. For the primary sequence, I've got no idea if it's going to be the same for every hit, or if they're all going to have different numbers, or if just one of them's got to do with it. It's a mess. I've got no idea with that, but we'll get there eventually. The number of measurements we actually need, actually primary into something else should be pretty quick to figure out. I don't know if a melee cancels a primary or if it's just like how a melee into a melee is just sort of how they sort of what's the word for it? They queue up one after the other, but there's no way of speeding it up actually. But if it's like magic and you can actually cancel your primary early with a melee, that's a measurement that we essentially need. And in fact, I should write down that that's to do is test whether this cancels melee or cancels primary. So we need one measurement there because everything's going to cancel the primary, I've got no doubt. So that's just going to be one measurement. How early can we cancel the primary without eating its damage? Very similarly, how early can you cancel the melee without eating its damage? And the odds are this is going to be, I think we're just going to have to throw in some assumptions. Assumptions can be good in these cases. So I'm going to say, well, if it does damage at a fixed amount of time, you can cancel this far before the damage without eating the damage, something like that. It's, we might lose a little bit of accuracy, but it's not the kind that matters, I don't think. Something else that I'm curious about is whether weaving the primaries and melees between one another, whether that sort of resets the attack sequence, but I'm sure I'll be able to figure that out. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Infernal Fury, this one, so the Devil's Chain into primary, I'm sure we can get this pretty quickly. I don't have it into R. What's R? R is Righteous Cross. Oh, that's going to be incredibly easy to get. Okay, so this, the Infernal Fury follow-ups should be pretty quick to get. I should be able to do that just by watching watching Necros doing these things. Objection. I've got no idea what's going on here, to be honest. I don't know if anyone's even going to show footage of using objection. I guess I could just wait till it's done. I don't know. Objection's a weird one. Almost 4 hours is wild. Yeah, it's a grind. Ugh. I stopped for lunch, sort of. I stopped to make lunch. I kind of ate lunch while I was working. Yeah, so taking stock. Righteous Cross, we've got figured out. We know everything that we want to know about Righteous Cross, which is good. Devil's Latch, we need to know how... that going into primary and melee should be pretty quick. I noticed that it was like 11 frames between activating Devil's Latch. What time is it for you? It looks sunny out. Yeah, it's only it's, well, I do have some lighting on my desk, but no, it is sunny out. Got my window half open because the glare is just so insane because my room lighting is pretty dim. But no, yeah, it's only 3:30 p.m. But I won't do this into all hours of the night. I'm gonna told my mate I'll hop on for a couple of games at some point. Yeah, so we've got 11 frames. In theory, you can cancel out of Devil's Latch, but I don't know if it's going to be like a get over here targeting situation where it's like, if you do it before you've actually connected, then you eat your own damage. So, as I look over it, there's not that many measurements that we need. There's a few, but it's not a crazy amount. So hopefully we can get most of it just by watching watching Necros do his combos. This whole thing is just talking about the ult. I don't care. Delete, don't need you. Okay. The problem is Necros slows down his footage when he to line it up with what he's saying, which makes a lot of sense. Of course you do that. But I don't care about the ult. Lore accuracy. Oh dear. Take that as I mean, I choose to take that as a compliment. I feel like depending on the author, Peter Parker has looked kind of cooked. I'll tell you what, dialing in the white balance of my like horrendous little 720p camera, I was dialing in the white balance. I was staring. I'm like, man, my eyes are crooked. I don't know if that's just like me going crazy, like because I don't spend that long staring at mirrors and stuff, but I'm like, I don't know, I'm losing my mind. I don't know, I'm trying not to be too self-conscious. Where was I? Oh yeah, not caring about the alt. Let me see. So the alt is really strong. Don't care. Literally could not care less. Passives. Why is he back to talking about passives? Did I go back to the start of the video or something? I thought I was looking at the combos. Oh. Yep. Okay. I'm with you. Yeah, so this slowed down footage is a real pain. So let me just see. I saved a video that I wanted to check.
Here he is.
Let's see if this guy's got some more real-time footage. Oh, he's got actual gameplay. That might be
Didn't know it was the damage too.
what we need. Okay.
Which one?
Oh, that's a big hitbox.
Heals please. Heals please. In the process of unraveling my devil.
Okay, so we've got dash into primary, but we know how long that takes. Ooh, we've got, wait, was that the throw into Righteous Cross? Okay, so I do want this video. I want to download this video. Give me a second. This has some good stuff. It's going to be real handy. Let's see if I can find a downloader that doesn't remove the audio. Someone wants me to subscribe. Not happening. Audio, video. Video with audio? Hopefully. I'm not showing my screen because I don't know if I can get in trouble for streaming on YouTube, how to download videos from YouTube. Because I don't think they like it when you do that. It's not what I am requesting access from the original creators, and they're responding very quickly and sending me the raw footage. Wait, oh wait. Sorry, it said wait 10 to 15 seconds, and I was just waiting for that warning to disappear, but there was a download link there the whole time. Unknown time left. Alright, cool. What else can we do? Let's have a look. Sonic Pursuit into well, I keep forgetting what it's called. It's not Devil something, is it? Infernal Fury. Sonic Pursuit into Infernal Fury. How quickly can we do that? Let me see. Let's see if this guy had oh no, this was just the original footage. There is a chance that it shows him dashing. Yes, it does. Perfect. This is exactly what we needed. Oh, there's actually nothing. There's no... It doesn't block it out at all. So in theory, you could maybe do it straight away. Why don't you ask Fame for videos of specific abilities? I sort of did. I don't know if he's just busy or if he did reply and I didn't see it. I was basically like, hey, what's the odds that that you can send me some special order footage? And he did not reply. I assume he's very busy at the moment. Let me just double check that he didn't reply. I assume he's quite busy because he did specifically say that he plans to upload yesterday. Unless he meant today because time zones. I wonder. Let's just see everything he said in the last 24 hours. No, don't search for the phrase from. I want to see everything that came from. Oh my goodness. I'm getting trolled. I'm actually getting trolled by the Discord search engine. Is searching for them in the wild part of the... No, it's... well... there's something... I guess there's a treasure hunt aspect to it, but no, if I could shortcut this, then I absolutely would. Without a second thought. Author type. Why? Oh, it's probably from the... I heard that Fame disabled a bunch of stuff in the server. Maybe that includes searching for messages specifically from a person. Okay. Yeah, yesterday at 3:30, we're about to drop. Just watch my advanced guide. It's been 24 hours since he was like, we're about to drop this video. Although, what time zone is it in the US? Let me see. I believe he's US. I don't know if he's East or West. US time. Let's just start there. Midnight. Checks out. That's in Washington, so that's East Coast. So in California, it's only 9:30. But I have a feeling he's East Coast. Okay, cool. Got a YouTube notification. People commenting on a short. I'd like to see that people are still engaging with the shorts. Give that one a like. Cool. Okay, where were we? Tech. No. I'm just scanning the Discord, see if anyone said anything regarding either damage numbers or anything of the sort. Yeah, I don't know. Do not know. Okay, minimize out of that so I can share my screen again. Actually, let me put Discord back on the secondary monitor so that I don't accidentally... I don't know if I can show my Discord. I guess the worst I can do is flash which servers I'm in, which I'm not in anything dicey, so who cares. But I haven't scanned every app on my computer for what can and can't dox me. So I'll just try and keep it to a minimum. Alright. Let's see. So in this, there is no... There's no visual gap between like hitting the dash to a marked target does not seem to disable you from going into I keep forgetting the name of it. What's it called? Infernal Fury. Infernal Fury. I didn't have to look at it. Cool. I'm learning. This doesn't look like full speed. Wait, what? Oh, okay, yeah, because he's just analyzing the game. Whatever. Not helpful. Gone. Yeah, I guess I'm just waiting on this download. Unknown time left. Do we get start on some of the structure of the broader code? Lemao. I don't know what's Lemao. The fact that I'm waiting on a download. I don't know what he's replying to. I guess I could try and figure out damage numbers again. Oh, that's so miserable trying to figure it out just by looking at health bars. But I've got nothing else to do at the moment, so let's give it a crack. The Hulk clip. Oh. Where was it? Was it in here somewhere? Whoa. Whoa. I don't know. My brain's that fried after just staring at videos and counting frames for the last... How long have I been on frame data? For the last 2 hours? Oh dear. Okay, damage. Damage. Let's figure out damage. We can do that. In theory, I can pull something out of that. But I think I would rather not. I think I would much rather... I mean... Maybe? Okay, let's see. He dashes in. After dashing... Oh, he's going to dash and then use Infernal Fury, right? Or does he stop to melee? I don't know what's going on. It's so difficult to see what he's doing. He goes right... Oh, was that Righteous Cross straight into... Wait, I already know how long it takes to go Righteous Cross into Devil's Wrath. Or Infernal Fury, sorry. Yeah, and he's doing it pretty much as fast as possible there. How long does it take him between hitting E and actually pulling it off? I don't know. Holy. Yeah, this is tough. We're getting into the tough portion. Let's go back to damage. Let's figure out the damage. I can figure out the damage. This is before. I need to go back to where he was hitting the primary attacks. See-through balls. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. I think it's about a minute in where he starts. Where he says Justice Jab. All right. Yep. Okay, whack. How much is that? That is, I'm going to say that's 30. Wait. It looks like it's halfway through that second chunk of 25. So it could be 35 to 40? No, 40 would be closer again. 35 for the first hit, maybe? And then if that's 35 plus, then it would be like plus 2 or 3 point, not 3.5, 1.75 because of his passive. Then again, if he's something like Iron Fist, it might not be like whole numbers, like even multiples of 5 anyways. It could be like 38 or something. I feel like to figure out the primary damage numbers, we're actually just gonna need we're gonna need to see this from someone else's point of view. Gonna have to watch someone get attacked by these attacks, especially for the melee as well, because that's going to be even lower damage numbers, even more likely that it is not some even multiple. Then again, maybe it will be. I don't know. This is where it gets really tough. There's so much that's so difficult to know. Okay, melee and primary into other attacks is something that I feel like we should be able to get. So let's look at the footage of one of his simpler combos, not the crazier stuff, thank you. Okay, he's talking about a bread and butter combo. One shot up to 350 health heroes. Oh no, this is back here maybe? Okay, this is where he explains the combo. Sonic Pursuit, channel Infernal Fury, Devil's Throw, immediately cancel it with Sonic Pursuit. Primary into Devil's Chain into Righteous Cross. He doesn't show it at full speed though? Adding a quick melee before your Righteous Crosses. Oh wait, melee before Righteous Cross. So that answered my question from before. You can melee while you've got Righteous Cross. Okay, good to know. Immediately use the Devil to chain another quick melee and Righteous Cross. Okay, cool. Alright. And he's not... Does he ever show it at full speed? No, this isn't full speed, I don't think. That's annoying. So all I get to see is his Tank Buster combo at full speed? That's not useful. Okay, we get to see this at full speed, whatever this is. He's going to explain it, which is going to make it a lot easier to get useful information out of it. Okay, cool. So you mark Devil's Throw into Devil's Latch. Quick melee into Righteous Cross. Okay. Melee into Righteous Cross. Yet another Devil's Chain. Which one's Devil's Chain? That one's the slam into the ground. Okay, cool. All right. So we pull them in. You can see something starting up here. This is the melee starting up. And that's how fast he cancels it. I have a feeling he's going to do it faster the second time around, because that looks like the damage is registering long before. Yeah, 23 frames. The damage is registering long before he starts the cancel. So let's keep going. Slams like that, and then... Is this the melee again? Yeah, that's the second melee. Cool, and yeah, that looks way faster. I think, wait, is he hitting another melee here? Oh, there's the melee. There's the slam. Here's the start of the melee animation. Cooly dooly. 1, 2, 3. That's where he starts Righteous Cross at 10 frames. Does that make sense? The melee damage comes out at 11 frames, so yeah, that makes some sense. Okay. So we're going to say this, this, and this. It's unclear to me whether or not... In fact, there. Okay. It's unclear to me whether it takes a little bit longer to start up Righteous Cross out of it, because there's that extra step of having to hit two buttons. Oh, here he's going to do a longer one, so let's see if he gets the timing any tighter. Where does the melee start? There. Seems like no. My CapCut seems to be running really slow. Maybe it's because I'm running this download in the background. I don't know. Let's just see what comes out of this. Would speeding up the slow-mo to normal speed be an option? It is, maybe, and I was wondering if I could do something like that by matching like the UI animations or something that I know I can get somewhat consistent, but it just seems like a lot of work. Given that this video that I'm downloading now could just have everything I need, I don't know. I'm also tempted to reach out to I haven't reached out to Tefrite at all. He might be able to hook me up. Um, hmm. Let me think. I mean, I could just wait on. What time is it in the UK? It's UK that Tevrite's located, right? I don't want to ping him outside of reasonable hours. UK time. 6 a.m. I'll give it a couple hours. Until then, it's difficult to get damage, not unless someone else has measured it from the other side. I mean, I can look at who some of these creators were playing with. If I can view Necro's stream and then look at who he was playing with, watch him hitting someone, and then go to their stream and figure out how much they're getting hit for, that's an option. Seems kind of miserable, but I wonder if he played in the practice. Because I'm not going to get all hits of the melee sequence, probably doing it that way. Let me think. Let me think. Oh. I'm just trying to think of who I can ask. Who might be able to get this footage. Makes me wish I'd signed up to that creator stuff. Let's try this over here. Wow, I'm mental blanking hard. Yeah, let's just look on Necro's Twitch and see if in his stream, if he went into the practice range with someone, I'll just pull this over so you guys can see. I think you guys can see, yeah. He was playing DareDevil on this stream. Wait, is this from the alpha as well? I want to see if he went into the practice range with other people where I can get some damage numbers. Oh, this is just him waiting for the build to come out, I'm guessing. Okay, by here, he's already playing DareDevil. Here, he's in the practice range. Was he in the practice range with anyone else? Rest in peace, Necros. He was. Okay. Oh, and he's also Daredevil. Do they hit each other? Okay, they've already been fooling around for a little bit by this point, by the looks of things. Oh, my internet is cooked. Oh dear. Someone else with the practice range with him yet? Or is he just going to be not going to be out on his own for a while?
From justice.
This is melee.
It was a fair fight.
That's not his
Then
melee, that's his primary.
I can hear them
his
getting
right
closer.
click is the
Okay,
Who's-
cool.
Can we turn on friendly fire? Who's
It's blankly best, bro.
Oh, good, good, good. Hit each other.
Who's leader? Yeah, who's leader?
who's leader of the lobby?
Put friendly fire on.
Yeah, Salok's thing looks really good. But I can't show it, guys, because it's lagging too hard. Like, the shaders take 20 years to load. It's just so fucking annoying. Anyway. Yo, who is...
Oh dear.
the leader of the... Okay. Whatever. Let's just... I'll invite you, Jimbo.
I think I'm lead now.
Are you lead? I don't know. Yeah, you're lead. Can you... Yeah, can you turn on friendly fire so we can show it? Is it on?
I can hear them getting closer.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not lead for friendly fire. It doesn't work. That's someone else.
What? Oh my god. Okay, I'm just inviting Jimbo. So it's someone who's AFK. It's probably Andrew or something.
Alright.
Invites.
They really did a whole bunch of faffing about, eh?
A woman.
Yeah, yeah,
Enemies
yeah.
are near. I can feel them.
You want me to do it? Yeah, no. I could be.
You can literally see her.
You got Daredevil, so you can see the shit as well. I got you guys.
Alright.
You can literally see her.
So you can literally see her. What the?
Yeah, when she ults, you can see her anyway. You can see her in the ult.
Yeah. Oh my god.
It's crazy.
Blind justice.
Show Stylok's new skin. Yeah, we're gonna show some. Interactions first.
What else?
Go Iron Man. Go Iron Man.
Just gonna deflect an Iron Man ult.
It's just crazy.
Oh wait, did you just get hit? You got hit by something. 257?
Yeah, you can deflect to Iron Man ult.
Ooh, so 257 down to, wow, 223 in one hit from, that's him doing his parry. That's 34 per hit for the parry? Am I misunderstanding what just happened? 34 is a really weird number if you're boosted by 0.5% as well. 'Cause what is that? That's 34 times or divided by 1.05. So maybe it was 32 to begin with. And it looks to be rounding up or something. It's either that or it was... I feel like 32 is the most likely. $32 for the parry, maybe? Maybe? This is a big question mark on this one.
It's crazy. Can you do Magneto? That's crazy. Alright, just throw it. Yup. It's Genji.
What did he get hit by?
It's so sick. Yep, you can deflect ult. Any other ult?
Oh, that was the throne.
Ult,
Throw
that comes to
ability?
mind?
Devil's Throne?
Can you do Groot? Can you do Groot? Do Groot. Send it. I'll react.
Oh, my download is done. Okay. Okay, yeah, let me just... Across here. Import you into there. Alright. We've got more footage. Some regular gameplay. Let's see.
Daredevil.
Thanks to Marvel Rivals for
range.
providing early access.
Okay, so what sort of timing do I want? I want melee into other things. That's one thing that I want. So a little
Holy
difficult to see what's
schmokes.
going on.
You, the next.
Oh, that was a... Okay, that was melee into dash, right? Oh, but was that as fast as possible? I guess, I mean, it's better than nothing. Let's see.
This is a team effort. This is a team.
You, the next.
There.
You, the next.
Oh, but he cancelled its own damage anyway, so who cares?
This is a team effort. On the hunt.
Oh wait, what's he getting hit by here? So he was hanging around on 267. He dashes to him and then does a melee. Or primary. Do we have dash into primary? Sonic Pursuit into primary? Yes, we do. What did he get hit by though? 267 down to 242. So he's done something which allows him to use the pursuit. What have we got here? We've got, is that that's a throw. That's the cooldown throw. Wait, he opens with, what is that one? Okay, where did I put this photo? He opens with objection. Interesting. Wait, why? Probably a misclick. Oh, he actually successfully tanks a hit with. Oh no, he dashes in to get his. Okay, yeah, he dashes in to get. The Fury back. Cool. Yep. Melee. Primary. And then he's doing his throw.
1v1 me.
Have I got throw into Devil's Fury? Or throw into the follow-up, whatever it's called. Throw into... It's not Pursuit. Righteous Cross. That's annoying me. Devil's throw into Righteous Cross. I do not have. Okay, I do now. Here is where he starts the throw. And here is where he starts Righteous Cross. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 25. It's one more thing down.
1v1 me. Bring it on. I went Daredevil hard diff.
Was that dash into primary? Have we got that? Yeah, we do. Wait, was the very first thing he did in that last fight a dash into Infernal Fury? I think it was. So I'm gonna find out how quickly you can do that. So he dashes here. And that's where the damage registers. So let's just make a mark of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 16 till the damage registers from close up. Cool. So we will. Oh no, that's 20 damage. Time 2 damage. Okay, so if you were closer, it would have been even faster. That's cool. And then he goes into. Oh, it's into a primary. Okay.
1v1 me.
Wait. It's tough, man. Oh, we're getting there. Getting there slowly. Every now and then we find something weird. That was a dash into Fury, I think. Oh, sorry, dash into I keep forgetting Righteous Cross. It seemed a lot faster than 23 frames potentially. Let's see if this is a faster execution and if we need to update our numbers. Oh no, this is a throw into Righteous Cross. Ooh. Cool. So that's what we needed. Bang. Throw starts here. Okay, so about there. That's where Righteous Cross starts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 22. Did we measure this before? That's shorter if we did, I think. Throw into Righteous Cross. Yeah, 22. That's shorter. Cool. And we should be able to figure out when the damage happens as well. 2, 3. Damage happens at 19 frames in. Sweet as. Time to damage, 19 frames. At least for the first tick. Because does it do multiple ticks of damage against just one dude? 1, 2, 4, 5. Maybe. Yeah, it seems to do a second chunk of damage there. Which is after another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frames after not the 19 but the 22, so 27. 27 to second hit. Alright. And exactly how much damage did it do all up? It seems to have done... Okay, let's see. Before that, attack lanes. I'm gonna guess that's 25 per hit, but I could be wrong.
Sweet Jesus, I can do that too! Deflect. Bot diffed? God damn it. I thought it was just the blind that applied. Like when they're looking at you. Looking at you. I don't know.
What do I still need to know? Primary attack getting cancelled by something else would be nice.
Which one?
I've seen this clip, he just dies.
I yelled at him and he fell over.
Was that a... Was that something novel?
Fell over.
What was that?
Yelled at him and he fell over.
He dashes in, he throws, and then he follows up with... Okay, cool. Do I have dash into throw? No. Cool, so that's something I need. It may not have been as fast as possible, but it's a starting point. Thanks, Tokens. How's it going? Yeah, it's been a bit of a slog. It's been more painful than I expected to get all of the frame data I need from just watching people, because this kit has so much more depth to it than I expected. So just the fact that his primary attack sequence seems to have different timings for all 4 hits in the sequence. His melee attacks are different and has 2 different timings where it's like short, short, long, short. It's just a mess, man. It's just all over the place. I don't know how I'm going to get everything I need without someone on the inside who's actually got the early access to sort of record 1 or 2 things for me. but the closest I can get until, I guess, in a couple of hours when it's like 8 a.m. or something in the UK and not 6 a.m. that it is now, I think I'll shoot a message to Tefrite and just see if he's got the early access and if he'd mind sharing one or two things. But until then, I'm just going to do my best and see what I can figure out, because yeah, there's only so much precision you can get by watching other people's footage, which I didn't think was going to be an issue, but just because it is so... Oh, yeah, this dash is from so far away that I don't know that this particular instance is what I needed. But that's alright. We keep watching footage until we find the things we need. Yeah, there's just so many more variations to the things that I'd like to measure than I initially realized.
Do it. Freeze me.
Wow, there's 8 hits when he's doing that parry. I guess I'll measure to the first one and to the last one, and then we should be able to derive all of the information we need from that. When does he start the parry? Clibus, you seem to be unaware. I would love to, but I do not have early access, so only certain creators have access. I think Tef just moved to Poland. Ooh, okay. Wait, let me check. Poland time. 7:20 a.m. So maybe it's quite a reasonable time. Let me just check Discord and whether his status says online or not. He's not online currently, but I will we'll wait and see. Marvel Rivals General. That's a good call though. I'll If you thought about applying for early access, I have, but it's probably too late to get in for this particular batch. You deserve early access. I'm sure if I were to apply, I could get it. I mean, they seem to give it out fairly consistently to people who make stuff, but I don't know, maybe I wouldn't. I haven't been particularly active over the last month or two, but I don't know, lots of people seem to have early access. You find a channel with like 100 subscribers or whatever that has early access, so they seem to be pretty chill with it. But yeah, just because I haven't applied, and I imagine that applying now, I wouldn't get this round of early access. I'd probably get in for the next round, which would be cool, but also isn't what I need at the moment. Not particularly helpful for what I'm trying to do. But I probably should do that before the next season, but we'll see if I stop being lazy. Bang, that's where the parry starts. Yeah, I don't need to drag the whole clip around, actually. Let's just leave it there. When does the first hit register? There. Oh, that does, like, no damage. Okay. Good to know. So the first hit happens after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frames. It's definitely not 32 damage. I was seeing something else. First hit is after only 7 frames. But then...
Do it. Freeze me.
When does the last hit happen? There? It seems like it. So you've got...
Do it. Freeze me.
watching the hit marker move. Yeah, it does move a little bit before then. Cool. And that seemed to be, I heard 9 hits?
Do it. Freeze me.
8.
Do it. Freeze me.
8 hits. So we're going from here up to 38 and 20 from 36 and 51. So that's 2 seconds minus, you know what, let's just drag it to the start of the timeline and it'll tell me for free. Actually undo, let's copy and paste it so that I can just delete it and leave it in the right place. 129. So that's 89 frames. Strange, it's like 17 frames per hit. That's quite weird. It's not evenly split in the slightest.
I think it's Marvel Rivals.
Oh. Let's see if I can tell just by the hit marker moving. Shows up here. To about here. Every 12 frames, 13 frames. What if I were to say it with every 13 frames? What would that end up giving? Over the course of 91, what did I measure? 89. I can live with that level of tolerance. So righteous cross. What are we looking at? We're looking at objection. His parry. You excited for DareDevil? Yeah, I am. I am quite excited for DareDevil because I think I'm going to play him a lot. Seems fun. Good catalyst for dive. Sure. Oh yeah, true. The synergy with Black Panther is going to be off the charts. People are going to complain for sure. People are going to have a big sook, and I'm going to love it. I'm going to love every minute of it. I think that, yeah, I'm probably just going to one-trick the hero, to be honest. Because he looks like he's fun. He looks like he's going to have a good level of combo potential. And depending on whether the combos are like super linear, like you do the same thing every time, that can get a little bit boring. But if there's some branching paths to the combos, then I can see myself playing him tons. So time's going to tell. I think we're going to find that out pretty soon. So then another, then 8 hits total, 13 frames per hit. Now going from that into something else, how long does it take? Oh, because he doesn't have the charge required to do other stuff, so it's difficult to tell.
Okay, I guess you didn't have it.
Yeah, that clip served its purpose, that's alright. Not every clip can tell you everything. My phone's buzzing. Is that important? Jolly's engaging with the shorts. Where better go? Did it get deleted? Jolly's comment on my short saying I am engaging with this short might have gotten deleted. Maybe it looks like a bot. That's funny.
Maximum! Halt!
I don't have a flick. Ah! I hate you.
I've already got Righteous Cross into everything. Oh, primary into Righteous Cross? Wait. Throw into Righteous Cross, which I think I already have. Yeah, I need throw into primary. Oh wait, throw into primary doesn't make any sense. Throw into primary doesn't make any sense because you can't do it because you'll have Righteous Cross instead. Throw into melee on the other hand, that I could get. Then same thing for Devil's Chain. Doesn't make sense to do Devil's Chain into primary because you have Righteous Cross out of it. Okay, anything that enables Righteous Cross can't be done into primary. Enables Righteous Cross. What else enables Righteous Cross? Is that everything? Yeah, cool. See, chain. Devil's Chain into Righteous Cross. Wait, I haven't measured Devil's Chain into Righteous Cross. Why? That seems easy. Okay, that shouldn't be a problem. Wait, what just happened there? He throws. That's Righteous Cross. Was that just primary? Oh, that was melee into primary, maybe? Oh, that would be good if so. Drops down primary, primary. Devil's Throw into primary. Oh, then he dashes. Wait, Devil's Throw into Righteous Cross. Into dash. Oh, and it's dash into primary, which I think I need. And this is a very clear-cut case of it. Bang, dash starts here. And then what's he doing here? Here he's doing a primary. Bang. Can you tell clearly where it starts? Probably just here, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 frames to go into a primary from his targeted dash. Way faster than I thought. Is the time to damage lower than I thought as well? Nah. That's cool. So that's a... what was that? Throw into dash?
Currently letting the devil out. In the process of unraveling my devil.
Oh, is that primary into throw? Here's where the primary starts, I think. And then he gets ready to throw, and then he hits the throw here. Oops. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 25. I mean, 25 at least. So it's whack. I have to imagine as soon as he starts up the Fury, Infernal Fury, that means that he could have done it from all the way back here. I'm assuming that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is this where he started up? Yeah. Yeah, because his animation very clearly cuts off. I think. Maybe. How long has my mic been muted? I do not know. Okay, let's see. Was that dash into primary? Have I got dash into primary? I think I do, because I just got it, right? Wait, he's doing primaries and he cancels it with a throw, right? I'm about to just start making some broad strokes assumptions.
Oh yeah, the devil has been released.
It was just a regular dash, wasn't it? Oh, that was the other Daredevil dashing to him. That was Dell's chain into. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 31. That's definitely the start of a new animation there. Okay, 31 to go from Devil's Chain into... I keep forgetting the names of his abilities. Righteous Cross. 31 frames. They are. Which probably means it's the same for the melee. I'm making certain assumptions here.
He's getting help! Fuck! Two daredevils. There's the D and there's the other D. There they are on the floor. Let's do the epic combo. Yeah. Okay, she died. Never mind. They are on the floor. Let's do the epic combo. Yeah. Okay, she died. Never mind.
What was that? Throw in a dash? We've got that, don't we? Throw in a melee is all we need. Oh, but throw in a melee is surely the same thing as throw in a Righteous Cross. We're getting somewhere.
Never mind. Thank you. I didn't do anything. Check this out. Skip it up!
Oh. Is that something we need to know? Yes. Yeah, okay. So when his blocking starts, is, ooh, there. Okay, block starts. Now the question is, how long after the block starting you can do other stuff? So you can cancel out of it from at least here. But I want to know till the end of it. So when is it considered done? I mean, I could have just tracked it to the very end. Because surely the idea is that we'd be blocking... I don't know. Do we assume we're blocking for the full duration of the block? Or do we assume that we're cutting it short and just trying to use it to replenish our cooldowns? He was doing it for a really long time here, actually. I think. Or is that just a second? It was a bit more than a second. Let's just take the shorter option. Wait, oh, but if you... I'm gonna shoot a message to Tefrat.
What you have to do is you have to click Devil Chain, but also while you do it, you have to dash, time it. Okay, I missed.
Oh, there's a move stack.
So, chain slam down, dash to them so you close the gap, and you still get Fury so you can redo the Devil Chain. Let me do it again.
On the hunt.
Alright. Nah. Tell me that was not cinema.
Oh wow, okay. Cool, so we need some move stack capacity. Oh dear, what am I doing? Sorry, you can't see, I'm just completely throwing around all the windows on my second monitor. Alright, and we wait.
Haha! Oh, here we go. Reflected! Oh, I actually hit the Iron Man and didn't do anything! Yippee! You did. You did.
There's a throw into dash. Do I have that? Surely. Got throw into everything. Okay, cool.
You did. You did good.
Wait, actually, that TikTok I just saw, it was saying basically you chain. What was it saying? I don't know. I think it was saying you chain Devil's Chain into the dash, and the dash refunds, but it's just like it's really fast more so than anything else. Oh yeah, so this targeted dash, is that what it is? Is this the one that replenishes Fury? Yeah, so that can be borderline instant, I think is what it was getting at. Let me see. Let me think. Oh, I just had a revelation for how we can program this in a way that's going to work quite nicely. Yeah. Okay, I just thought of something that solves a lot of our problems, potentially. What am I looking at? Gotta close some windows. Alright. So where was that one with the...
That's a 275 HP character, Luna. Okay, I missed.
let me see. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through stuff that people can't see if they're clicking in. Who was it? Moxie created a one-shot combo. Moxie with a 0. M0XXY. Let's have a look. Let's see if I can find the original. M0XXY. DareDevil. Where? Oh, they're featured clips. Okay. Where is... Is it this one? Was the video shared yesterday at 10? Okay. Oh, he's watching the Necros video. Okay. Does he play DareDevil himself? Oh, no, man. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna write some code. I'm not totally done with the frame data, but we're either... we can make some assumptions. Look, let's start with this. Let's say we're gonna check these things, because we can probably get faster than this. But for now, we're just gonna say you can cancel out of these. In fact, we can probably drop it. We can drop it down to let's say you can cancel right as the damage registers, because why not, right? Frankly, we understand. Not Control Alt. If I select this, let's just do it this way. Okay. Bang 10 for each of these, because why not? And then we'll just hopefully double check these later. But we're at the sweeping assumptions part, where I'm sick of trying to figure out things that I cannot necessarily know. Has anyone come forward with damage numbers? No. That's alright. We'll just get it to proof of concept point. Okay, it looks like Devil's Chain actually goes very quickly out of Infernal Fury. Let's say that that's 1 for the second, where it's like a perfect move stack, basically. It's a bit of an assumption, but that's whatever. Now let's say you're holding your parry for as long as possible. So how long did that take again? Let's go back to... He was doing the parry back here? No, he was doing the parry here. Cool. Now, how long is that? That lasts 91 frames. What's that number again? Interesting. Parry for... We'll say 91 for now. Why not? Maybe you can cancel it early, maybe you can't. I don't know if we do or don't want to consider that it's being cancelled. I mean, you could calculate for it being held for all variations of different amounts of times, but that seems like a bit much. Oh, can we see if he gets back multiple charges for that? What was he on when he started? He was on full anyways, so now we can't see. Alright. Cool. Devil's Latch. Devil's Latch into... what's S again? S is Sonic Pursuit. I don't know. Let's just say that these are the same as the melee. I can't imagine they're any slower. Why would they be? Then up here, what are we saying? Devil's Latch. Let's look for those yo-yo combos again. Daredevil yo-yo. Marvel Rivals. Yo-yo, the combo. That is not catching on, big guy. See, someone's joined the stream. So we are just sort of finishing up. We've done a lot of digging through footage of people playing the early access of Daredevil, and we've gotten a lot of measurements. It's difficult to say how accurate those measurements are, but right now we're not striving for perfect, we're striving for good enough, and we'll get perfect later. Whether that's because we'll get a helping hand from someone before the early access ends, or if it's because we come back and we plug in some better numbers once the full release comes out. So we're just about at the point. There's just these couple of actions coming out of Devil's Latch, which is going to be sort of our last bottleneck before we sort of start writing some code. I mean, we've already written some code, but let's have a look at what's going on here.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. You seen in the first clip, Okay,
wait, so what don't we have? We don't have Devil's Latch into the Righteous Cross, which should be the same as it into melee. 11 frames is the minimum for those things. Let's just assume that that's the same as here. Now...
Yeah, that's right. You seen in the first clip.
Wait, don't we have footage of this? Surely we have footage of this. Okay, no, this is the wrong video. This isn't the one I wanted. I don't think this is the one I wanted either, but it's getting closer. Oh wait, no. This one had some good stuff in it. Which one's Devil's Latch again? That's on his circle. We're just scanning for when that goes yellow, and if he does a primary out of it at any point. I'm stashing to a marked target. He uses it here. It keeps using it without showing it getting used. Here, does he use it here? Does he follow it up? Dang it. Okay, let's just watch through this other guy's gameplay and see if he ever uses Devil's Latch followed up with something.
Reflected! Oh, action!
Round 3, go!
You guys see that?
The battle starts in 5, 4,
He's such a chunk.
2,
Where's he going?
1. You have to stop it.
Everyone's always using it. I guess they're using it for movement, which is why it's happening off camera. Oh, did you use it to engage here? Nope, it was already on cooldown when the clip started. Might get a clip of him using it for movement. Oh, yeah.
I win!
Holy dude got diffed.
I don't want the devil anymore.
Ah, there. That's it. Okay, come on. Where are we? Starts here. 1, 2, 3. Guess I don't have to count it. So. And that's where his Fury attack starts. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 35 at the very most. All right. We've got a number for everything. I don't know how accurate our numbers are, but we've got a number for everything. Let's see if he uses that again. See if he ever gets any faster.
That's want to play Daredevil, huh? But you have no idea what the hell's going on. Me neither. I try and explain as best as I can. Just this jab. Swing. That's the mouse one, like primary. He's kind of weird. He's got, this is the primary, like holding down, and this is the melee holding down. You can kind of like interweave them together. Apparently it does more damage. It's kind of weird. Next, Devil's Latch. Boom. Suck towards the wherever you aim, and it activates something called Righteous Cross, which you can activate with the primary. Righteous Cross is this thing. It's pretty forgiving because if you miss, it doesn't go on cooldown. It's only when you hit them. Like 12-second cooldown. Yeah. You can use it on both walls and people. Infernal Fury. So you press this button, it's kind of like an Invisible Woman where you get to choose push or pull. You can choose Devil's Chain or Devil's Throw. Devil's Throw is kind of like a Moon Knight disc. Bounces between enemies. And again, activates the Righteous Cross thing, just like this. You don't even need to hit an enemy with the throw. You can just hit the ground near them, and it'll still hit them. Devil's Chain. Do a God of War slam. This gives you more bonus health than this does. So that's actually something I forgot to mention. Both of these abilities give you a bit of health. So even if I don't hit anyone here, you can see I got like 50 over health there. Devil's Chain, if you don't hit anyone, gives you like 25. So yeah, if you actually hit them, you get way more bonus health. That doesn't happen.
Oh, that was way faster. Okay, let's see.
Gives you. So yeah, if you actually hit them, you get way more bonus health. That doesn't happen.
So you just start using it immediately? I can't tell when that goes yellow. Dear.
You just get a flat 50 for the disc.
I'm lagging way out. What's going on? That's 29. 29 is shorter than 35. So we'll update our numbers. Alright.
With the discs, you just get a flat 50 for the discs. If you're in the middle of a battle and you're trying to survive, prioritize staying alive and keeping your health topped up. You want to be slamming the chain. This is a direct hit.
Now, something that I don't know that I would like to find out.
Yeah, so you actually have to.
Is whether you can cancel your parry early, and if so, how early?
Sticks. So if you're too close, it kind of goes through them. If you're going for flat damage, I've been using the moon discs, which isn't really discs, it's just throwing his batons, but it reminds me of Moon Knight. So the Devil's Throw slows the targets as well, so it does. And slows them down a little bit too. So yeah, there's a lot to this guy. There's so much like combos and stuff. It's really complicated, honestly. I haven't really fully got a complete grip of him yet. It definitely seems like a sweaty character. Sonic Pursuit is something that you can attach and like mark on an enemy, even through walls. You just change targets whenever you want. The fact that I can see him through walls is my passive. Detect enemy movements within a set radius. So you see this radius here? Let me get rid of that.
You're on my radar.
So they disappear if the mark isn't on them. This is how players will just look like in the game. You won't be able to see them past a certain distance. It's probably clearer. It's like a little thing I did here. If you go into his settings, by default, it looks like this. Someone in chat, let me know that. Thank you. So yeah, you can put a mark on them. What does the mark do, you ask? Locks onto a target, gaining increased speed.
Does he get an
entire game? Because there is distance based. Like I can't damage to you. While they're marked, you can press the mark button again. It will dash to them. It's really strong. It blinds them, so it's like a kind of like a cloak blind. It gives you 2 fury. What is fury? That's the resource that you have. So remember. I'm pretty sure Captain is like random. Become immune to all incoming harm from this instance in Game Fury. So you can block through Strange Ult, reflect Mag Ults, reflect Iron Man. Everything that Captain can reflect, he can reflect too. So quite a long cooldown though. It does reduced damage from the initial attack. Feels like maybe 50%, 60% or something of the damage. Probably get corrected on that. You can just like redirect it whatever direction you want. Pretty good. Oh yeah, hitting the Righteous Cross also gives you some of the resource back. Basically every time you melee you get the resource back too. The ult kind of have like a massive dome around of sight, take damage and suffer blinding effect. Around. So this does damage and blinding ult. You see the hand icon? So there is a max to some of the resource while ulting. Just refills passively. I'm not even. Back to the gameplay. Wall hacking on stream. Absolutely shameless. Bring out your dad. Oh god! It's gonna be me soon. I see. Actually, if you can see like what buttons I'm pressing, it's such a mess. Mass 1 melee, mass 1 melee, mass 1 melee. This, mass 1 melee, melee cancel. This. Jesus, what is this character?
Oh wait, you were talking about... Okay, melee cancels. We can get...
That's what I was saying, but no one... there was not a single comment on the YouTube video even mentioning Bruce. I'm not even... Buttons I'm pressing, it's such a mess.
Okay, here we go. That looks like the start of the melee, maybe? Yeah. Wait. Does the melee start with the right hand or the left?
Mass 1 melee, mass 1 melee, mass...
I'm so confused as to what I'm watching. Oh, does the melee reset the primary sequence?
1 melee, mass 1 melee, mass 1 melee. This, mass 1 melee, melee cancel. This. Jesus, what is this character?
This is getting... Oh my goodness. I feel like there's only so much I can figure out without having the game in front of me. Okay. You know what? Let's do what we can. What can we do? We can write some of the code that's going to deal with actually once we're confident with our numbers, which I'm not totally confident right now, but we've got some numbers, and that's all we need to get started on writing some code. So bang, next split. Let's write some code. Okay, so how are we going to take our existing frame timings and turn them into a combo generator? Well, it is reasonably straightforward. We are going to utilize a technique called a priority queue. Now, let me see, how do you implement this again in Python? Priority queue Python. I'm sure they've got it built in. Okay. So essentially what we're going to do is we are going to build out something. Let's just do it. So what's going to happen, we're going to build out one sort of block of tracking a given combo. And then what we're going to do is it's going to track what actions have happened, how long they've taken. And so we're going to start with this empty combo where it's like, here's the combo where you do nothing. And then what's going to happen is an iterative process. So we chuck all of these, all of our existing combos into a list, which starts with just our empty combo. And then what we do is we take whichever combo in the list is currently the fastest sequence that we found so far. And then off the back of that, we are going to add every possible follow-up to the combo so far and generate a new combo, which is the existing combo plus one more thing. And then we're going to chuck them back in our list. They're going to filter up to the top. The fastest ones filter to the top, so we grab them out again more quickly than the ones that are slower. And what's going to end up happening is we will always be grabbing the fastest combo we've found so far, adding another action onto that, and once we're done, we're going to end up with our loop. This is all looping, so the loop terminates when we find something that hits a damage threshold. So we say, find the fastest combo to kill a 250 health target. So what's going to happen, we start with the empty combo, we add moves, we take the fastest thing we've found so far, we add more moves until one of them does at least 250 damage. And once that happens, we go, ding, 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 we found our combo, good work. So let's implement that. To start with, we need something that tracks just one combo at a time, and then once we've got that, it's quite easy. So we're going to create that as a class. Let's do it below all this stuff that we've done, because it's sort of building off the back of it. Class combo. Let's do that with a capital, because that's just good convention. What do we need in our combo? Well, we need the sequence of actions that has led to this combo so far. So, sequence, it's going to start out as an empty string because we're starting with an empty combo. Then we have the time taken so far, and that's going to be 0 frames when we start out. We've got the damage dealt so far. That's going to be 0 damage. Now, where do we go from here? So what we need is we need a constructor. So let's build ourselves a constructor. This is what gets called when we first create a new combo. So let's pass to the constructor self, and I think that's pretty much all that we need. I mean, we need to define in it. So if we give it nothing, then we want to do nothing. All of those default values I'm quite happy with. If we instead, let's define a version of initializing it, but instead of just passing it to itself, in fact, this doesn't even need a reference to self, we're going to pass it another combo. So it's going to be copy combo. And we're not just going to copy a combo, we're going to add another action to it. maybe. We'll decide whether we want this to be in the constructor or not in just a moment. So let's define this. Self.sequence. That's going to be our copy combo sequence. We're just going to copy basically everything. So self.timeTaken is going to come from our copy combo.timeTaken. And this is just so that we can make multiple copies of the same combo when we pull it out of the list and we want to add multiple different follow-ups to it. So we're going to just copy out each of these. Cool. Now, what I'm thinking, DareDevil has a lot of attacks which don't deal damage right away. Instead, you sort of start it and then it hits multiple times, as is the case with his thrown baton, the Devil's Throw, and is also the case with his parry. If you're parrying up close, him swinging his batons around actually deal damage to anyone who's within range. So, what we're going to do is we're going to create a damage queue. And so this is going to sort of tell us a list of instances of damage which are coming up. So, when you do the baton throw, you don't just say, we're dealing this damage right now. You say, we're going to add 2 instances of damage to the damage queue. One of them is going to be dealt at this time, one of them is going to be dealt at this time. So hopefully that allows us to sort of handle this reasonably intuitively. I guess we'll see. So I've got our damage queue. How many things do multiple instances of damage? I think it's just those 2. But the damage queue will also be useful when it comes to cancelling things kind of early, so that's alright as well. Alright. So, we've got our damage queue. Now, so we're going to want to copy that as well. Self.damage queue, not damage dealt, damage queue equals copy combo.damage queue. Now we've got to be careful here because if you copy a list in Python, by default, it just copies a reference to the list. So modifying one list modifies the other list. We actually want to copy, so that returns a shallow copy. I think I want a deep copy. Copy.deep copy. Yeah, that sounds good. Copy.deep. Oh, I need to import copy. Okay, whatever. I can import copy. Equals copy.deep copy of all of this. Cool. All right. That looks pretty good to me. So now we want something which is able to add an action to our combo. So we're going to go define add action. And this is going to take self, and it's going to take action. And I think that's all it needs. And then we'll also want actually something called damage queued, which is going to tell us Q-U-E-U. Damage queued. So that's, we haven't done the damage yet, but it's in the queue, so potentially this is the damage that's on the way. Dot damage queued equals self dot damage. Wait, not self. Copy combo dot damage queued. Cool. All right. Add action. How are we going to handle adding an action? Well, the first thing we're going to do is sequence. We're going to add our action to the end of this. So we're going to pass this as just the string, the name of the action. Let's see. So the time taken is going to depend on the previous action. Seems right to me. Okay, time taken plus equals. So we're actually getting okay, so the way we're going to do this, we're taking the last action, and that's just grabbing the name of that action. So we're going actions. Was that with a capital? It shouldn't have been, probably. I think. Yeah, so we're grabbing the last action of the sequence, and we're saying, how long did that take, given that this new action is coming up? So, this should be in square brackets. It's not a function. It is a dictionary. Dot. Okay, cancel times. Yes, that is what we want. So how long does it take to cancel into the action that we are now passing in? We don't pass it actions -1. We pass it sequence -1, which is the last action of our sequence. So it's not just sequence -1, it's self dot sequence -1. Very cool. Self dot. Need to remember, Python is weird about having to access yourself through a variable. Very cool. Alright, so the time taken gets incremented. Now, once we've incremented the time based on whatever the previous thing was, now we're going to add our damage to the queue. So how are we going to go about this? Well, that's a great question. Let me think. So damage queued. Whoa. Queued. Self.damage queued. Damage queued is going to be plus equal to actions. So it's our current action dot damage. Now, in the case where it's the Devil's Throw, this is actually going to hit twice. So we're going to okay, let's do it this way. Damage equals this. Now, if action is equal to the Devil's Throw, then damage is doubled because it hits twice. This is just the damage queued. So yeah, damage, the action damage total. What's the descriptive name? I think that's all right. That's not bad. Cool. And if action is equal to the parry, what's that called again? Objection. Oh, that hits a total of 8 times. Cool. So that tells us the damage queued. So that's the total damage that's coming out just as a result of us doing the actions that we've done so far. Now we've got to actually add those instances of damage to the queue. So damage queue is equal to, so what we're doing is damage queue, we're adding in a new element, dot append. how are we going about this? So we're adding in something new. Let's do it as a little dictionary. So there's going to be the time, the damage ought to come out, and there's also going to be just the amount of damage that does come out at that time. Cool. So the amount of damage that comes out at the time is going to be equal to this sucker right here. When it comes out is going to be equal to the current time taken plus actions so the current action dot time to damage. Very cool. Right. Okay, that I don't mind. Now, in the case that we are dealing with the throw, we need to add another instance of damage. So that's going to be self.damageQ.append. So the time, once again, is going to be this time taken. Oops. There we go. All right. Now, 27 to second hit. 27 after the first hit, or 27 total? Why did I not do this more descriptively? I think it was... I don't remember. Let's see if I can find footage of it. Something that I've already shopped up, maybe? So there's the first bounce of the throw, there's the second. Yeah, okay, so they're quite close together. I think, unless there's a lot going on in that, so maybe I should look for a better example. Can I find one where it gets a direct hit? I know I saw one like it before. Whoa. Frames?
Kind of weird. Devil's Chain.
Devil's Chain.
Ready for the discs. If you're in the middle of a battle and you're trying to survive, prioritize staying alive and damage.
Oh, he throws it as a single target.
Sticks. So if you're too close, it kind of goes through them. If you're going for flat damage,
Yeah, so it seems 27 to second hit is 27 from the initial time. Okay, cool. What am I opening? Oh, I was sharing the wrong screen region. That's alright. So 27 to a second hit is total. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Let's do it this way. Yeah, okay. So then this one is every 13 frames. So 46, 59, 72, 72? Yes. 85. How many have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One more, which is going to be 98. Cool. And then, yeah, let's chuck everything else as a list, just so that I don't have to... I don't know the time to damage of the Devil's Latch. Whatever. It should be easy to figure out. Whatever. That's the wrong thing. So, yeah, if I just look at the length of the array of the time to damage, that tells me how many hits it does, which is pretty neat. Why is that grayed out? I've got an error somewhere. Error here. What are you complaining about? You're complaining about the fact that I didn't put a comma in. And now everything behaves again. Very good. Okay, cool. So instead of this being times 2, so we do this action damage total equals that dot damage times the length of this dot damage time to damage, because if it hits multiple times, there will be multiple instances inside of time to damage. So here, instead of this, is going to be for I in, oh, I don't need brackets for this, for I in, let's call it T actually, in actions, action dot time to damage. So this is all instances of damage happening. And within the damage queue, we are going to insert something which adds that time times the amount of damage. Perfect. Okay, cool. That's handled. So we've added all of our damage to the damage queue. You know what? And then let's just do it this way, right? Why not? This makes a lot of sense to me. And then we can cut all this out. Lovely. Okay. He's still going. He is indeed still going. He's lost his mind, some people are saying. So then we want to deal the damage which was queued, which we have already passed the time for. So for entry, I don't know, in damage queue, self.damage queue. For each entry, what are we going to do? If entry, the time at which the damage is supposed to occur, is less than or equal to time taken, then what are we going to do? We're going to self.damage dealt plus equals entry damage. Otherwise, I mean, we would like to just remove it from the queue, but that's difficult to do while we're iterating over it. So new damage Q or Q equals this empty list. So if the time hasn't passed yet, then new damage Q dot append the entry which we didn't delete, and then self dot damage Q well, the frame data is a little bit dubious. There are certain things that I still don't know, but it's like I'm pushing up against the limit of how good my data can get without someone holding my hand who has access to the alpha build. So I figured I'd just get some of this stuff out of the way. I've sent a message to Way to ask if he's able to help out with any stuff. And if not, that's all right. We can just wait for the full release to come out. And we've got so much of this work done already that actually then just plugging in some newer numbers and calculating it once the full release comes out shouldn't take too long at all. Hopefully, I say now, equals this previous new damage Q. Is that all there is to it? Is that... So now I want to... A damage queued is basically our prospective damage for the combo. So if we just wait for whatever actions we're doing right now to finish, this is how much damage the whole combo will do. So if we want to... let's go resolve. Find resolve. And what this is going to do is this is just going to wait however long we have to wait to get to a desired damage threshold. Or target. Let's call it a target. Damage target is more descriptive. Alright, so. Really, we would like to sort the damage queue from lowest to highest. Can we do that as we insert things? Oh, is that a pain? I think I'm going to be lazy and just sort it here. Is there a fast way to swap elements of a list in Python? Swap list elements. Oh, it'd just be like AB equals BA or something, right? Yeah. Cool. Got rid of a window I didn't want to get rid of. Let me get that back. Very cool. Okay, so we're going to start by sorting the damage queue. So damage. I'm just going to bubble sort because I can't be bothered to implement something more efficient. Dot damage queue for J in range. From I up to self dot damage. Oh, no, you go from this up to, oh, how does, not me forgetting bubble sort. Self dot damage queue is the length of, okay, yeah, so length of the damage queue. Up to itself -1. Oh no, so yeah, we only minus I. There we go. We remember the simplest sorting algorithm in existence, of course. All right. So what we're doing here is we are going to compare the element J, and technically we only need to compare it up to the second last element or something. I guess we'll find out soon enough if it works or not. If such and such, what am I doing? If self dot damage q, we're going to grab the jth element dot not dot damage, not damage, time is greater than the time of the next element. Then we're going to swap them. Yeah, that's how we do it. Okay. We grab this, we grab this, the next element, and then we say that equals that. Python syntax is bizarre and amazing. Alright, so now we've sorted our damage queue so that we've got this list that tells us here are the instances of damage that are upcoming within the combo that you've described. And so we say, okay, we're just going to wait for all the damage to play out until we've hit a damage target. At which point, how do we resolve? What am I saying? Now that we've sorted it from this is the instance of damage that comes first to last, we don't have to wait for all those instances of damage to come out. We only have to wait for the damage target to be reached. So while the length of the damage queue, or damage, actually let's do another for loop. So for entry in self.damage queue, so we're going from smallest, or from the first upcoming one to the next, the latest upcoming one. And as we go, we need a new variable for damage because I don't really want to overwrite this global one. So, damage forecast, I don't know, equals damage dealt, self.damage dealt, it has to be. So we're starting out with how much damage have we dealt so far, and then how much is upcoming. So, we're basically asking how long is it going to take to hit this target given what's in our queue of upcoming damage. This is starting to get a little difficult to parse, but just you wait. It's all going to make sense in a moment if you understand programming. If you don't, it might not make sense ever, but that's okay. So we don't need to access self. We need to access damage forecast plus equals plus equals, what am I adding to this? I am adding entry, and it's the damage, it's the time. No, it's the damage. So we're tallying up the damage until we get to the point where we have dealt enough damage to hit the target. So, if damage forecast is greater than or equal to the damage target, then we're going to return how long the whole thing took, which is going to be entry. So it's the current time taken, self.time taken, plus, and then the current entry, the entry which pushed us over the limit. How long in the future is that going to be? So actually no, because it's just how long, because this is measuring from 0, isn't it? Yeah. All right. All of this is a way of saying, let's just comment this function because this function is not obvious in what it's doing. So this says for when queued damage exceeds the target, but damage dealt hasn't caught up. So we've got damage that's still in the queue waiting to come out at a later time. It's going to find the earliest time when the queued damage reaches the damage target. Cool. Just thought I'd add that that description because it's not entirely obvious. So we're working with queued damage because there are some attacks which sort of line up multiple instances of damage to come out at varying times. So when you throw the nunchuck, it's not a nunchuck. When you use the Devil's Throw attack, it hits multiple times, and so I want to queue up multiple instances of damage across time, but I don't want to take on the computational complexity of sort of like having the damage come out early and then retroactively figuring out if the damage needed to come out early or whatever. So when we deal damage, instead of just adding it to the tally, we add it to a queue of damage, which tells you when it's going to happen and how much damage happens at that time. And so once the calculator has passed that time, it adds it to its total amount of damage dealt. But up until then, if it sees, well, we've done enough actions to pass the damage threshold that we're calculating for, but it hasn't all come out of the queue and into the realized damage yet, this function is for waiting for that without having to sort of do more actions while you're waiting. Hopefully that makes some sense. If it doesn't make sense yet, maybe it'll make sense later. So this is for resolving that damage. We've got one for adding actions. Is that all we need? I don't know. Let's try and write our broad strokes function for dealing with this, and we'll see if that's all that we need. So actually, I wouldn't mind checking that my my implementation of bubble sort actually works. Let's just let's start up. What is this? News. I don't care about the news. Python. Let's start up an instance of Python. Let's create our damage queue is going to be equal to something that looks like this. Let's close that. Instead, damage queue equals a list of things that look like this. So we're going to go time is, let's just say at time 10, we're going to do damage. I mean, the damage numbers don't actually matter. I just want to make sure that this is correctly sorting by time. So then we've got time 4, for example, damage. One, maybe? Let's add 2 more things. 15. Damage. And finally, have I been closing all of these? No, I haven't. finally, we will go time. Let's just make this 1. And damage 1. Who cares? Damage doesn't matter. Now, let's just copy in our, okay, well, I need to get rid of all of these self, let's just space those for a moment, copy, now we can undo that, and let's paste all this in. Yes, I want to paste 4 lines into the terminal, thank you very much. Bang. That is all. So now if I print out damage Q, time 1, time 4, time 10, time 15, perfect, our bubble sort works. That is something that I should be able to take for granted because I am not a complete noob of a programmer, but it's nice to have some peace of mind. Cool. Now that we've run that little test, I would like to create a new function. Let's define generate. This is going to take a damage target. Is that all we care about? Just generate combos that do at least this much damage? For now, I think so. So we're going to have a priority queue. How does Python implement priority queues? Queue.priority, yeah, okay, cool. So we want to import priority queues, very useful data type. From queue, import priority queue. Very good. Now, the lovely thing about a priority queue is it supports, what it lets you do is I can chuck things into this priority queue, and at the top of the list, the first thing that I pull out is always going to be the element which has taken the least time so far. So I just need to make sure that that my import priority win. So the question is, do I need to figure out, I need to read some documentation very quickly. So priority queues in Python. I need to be able to compare one item with another, right? Simple implementation of priority queue. That's not an implement, what? Let me share what I'm looking at. Where did it go? I lost it. Here we go. Let's have a look. Queue.priority queue, very good. How to implement it. So we push things in, that's cool. Wait, import heap queue? No, I don't want heap queue, I want priority queue. Does it matter? I mean, I could just create my own implementation, but really this should work. Priority queue, a worker function that processes tasks from the priority. What is this talking about? Oh I'm losing my mind. Why are these people are making it? This is one thing that is so much easier in C++. What's going on? Why is everything coming up with heap queue? What? There's literally an implementation of priority. Whatever. Okay. Let's just see how far we get. Combos equals priority queue. Combos dot push. Do I really have to implement my own priority queue because whoever did this doesn't... Why is this not just... Okay, fine. Let me remind myself of how priority queues work, I guess. Oh, there's so much to it. There's like max heap down and heap... Oh, this is gonna stress me out. Push, heap up, heapify. This was supposed to be the easy part. This was supposed to be, look, you just create a priority queue and push it in. Except for some reason, no one has made an easy implementation? Or am I just, or people haven't documented it well at the very least. Oh, okay. From queue, import priority queue. Put priority value. Okay. Okay, this makes sense to me. Thank goodness. All right, this I can work with. Oh, you guys couldn't see my... I forgot that I was looking it up. Here's the page that helped me. To be fair, I might have read this somewhere else already. Okay, cool. So you tell it the level of priority while telling it the thing that you're entering into the queue. Straightforward enough. So the thing with the lowest value gets put first. I like that. That's exactly what I'm going for. So let's do this then. Combos is a priority queue. Combos.put. We are going to add in what is it? It is... We're going to start with just the empty combo. And of course, the priority of that, the priority within our priority queue, how we're sorting them is just by the time taken so far. So it is just going to be a empty combo. Bang. So we start out with a combo where you do nothing. Now, while what? Let's just start with while true. This is a loop that will go forever until you manually break it. While true, what are we going to do? We are going to grab our top element out of the priority queue. So is there such thing as pop the top element? Surely I'll find out if I just try combos.pop. No. Combos equals combos 1 onwards, maybe? Surely not. What am I, would? Does this simultaneously pop it out of the list or what? Oh, it does. Okay. So while not priority queue empty. Okay, yeah. I like that. While not combos dot empty. Our combo in question let's call it current combo. So this is the fastest one we've found so far. It doesn't necessarily hit the damage threshold though. So what we're going to do is for action in actions. Oh, okay, wait. No, in actions. Yeah, okay. Actions.keys, maybe? Whoa. Yeah. What we're going to do is new combo equals current combo dot equals a combo which is initialized from the current combo. So remember, we created something just to copy a combo. Now new combo dot add action is going to be this action that we specified. I guess there is a case where we don't want to do this. We don't want to do this if actions if current combo dot, it's going to be a combo, so a combo dot sequence. Dot sequence. So if the last element of the sequence dot cancel times, is it? Yes. Cancel times into the action that we want to add to it. If we have said that that takes infinite time, which we said to disincentivize our model from picking certain routes of combos. So for example, we have said that Sonic Pursuit into Sonic Pursuits takes infinite time because we want to disincentivize our algorithm from picking it, so we tell it takes forever. So here we're just going to say, in the case where we're trying to add on an action which is going to take quote-unquote infinite time, instead we're just going to not do that. We're going to continue. We're not going to create and add the new combo. Otherwise, new combo is a copy of the current combo, and we're going to add in an action. Now, once we've added in that action, we're going to say if new combo damage dealt is greater than or equal to our damage target, in fact, no, we want damage queued. Yeah. Actually, if damage dealt first, if new combo.damage dealt is greater than or equal to the damage target, then we want a list of results as well. Results. Then results.append. And we're going to make something like this. So it's going to have the combo, which is new combo dot sequence. So maybe we should have called that sequence. Damage is going to be equal to new combo dot damage dealt. And damage, and time is going to be equal to new combo dot time taken. Cool. Now let's actually get our resolve function to pass back something in this same format. So what will end up happening is we will have results dot append new combo. So this is going to be elif dot resolve I'm just wrapping this now because I'm thinking of something. Results. Actually, we'll call it. Yeah, num results. So this is the number of results that we want to get from our generator before we stop generating. So while this is the case and num the length of the results list is less than num results. Cool. Coming back down here, we are adding this dot resolve damage target. And so we end up returning this. So the time is going to be entry time. This is going to, the damage is going to be damage forecast. And the sequence is self.sequence. Very nice. Okay, cool. So in theory, that generates everything, and now we just need to print it out. So for result in results, oh wait, there is still one more thing to do. So let's just give this nothing for the moment. There is one more thing to do, which is that regardless of whether or not this this is hitting our damage threshold, we want to add this new combo back into combos.put back into our list of combos where we do new combo is the thing we're putting in, and the priority of it is the time that it's taken so far. So new combo dot time taken. So for result, we are going to print. We want an F string, I think, probably. So how do we want to format this? We want our sequence. So result sequence, which is a string, is how we're accessing this. Then we'll go a new line. We will go damage is equal to result. Damage is also a string. New line. Time in frames. Actually, we'll format that like this. Time is result. Time. And that is frames. And end up with a new line, so we'll get a double new line before the next result is printed out. So, moment of truth. Does this work? Generate. Let's generate a damage target of 50 with one result. Let's just see what it spits out. It's not going to spit out anything because I've currently got a Python console open, so it's going to give me some rubbish. Let's close the Python console. Let's close the other Python console. And let's try to build this and see if it works. It's probably running through all the things that say that they take 0 time or do 0 damage or something. Does anything take 0 time? Time taken equals... Okay, wait, that's not an action, that's... Time to damage for Devil's Latch says 0. Let's make that infinity instead, because it's better to say never use this than always use this and never resolve. Okay, cool. That's just going to hopefully give us some sort of output. Ooh, it's not happy. Requires a positional argument. Don't I have an initializer which doesn't take a positional argument? Let's go copy combo by default equals 0. The integer 0. Actually, null. Well, that seems safer. Not null caps. Is null not a thing in Python? Okay, 0 it is. If copy combo equals 0, then we're just going to return right away because we don't want to initialize using some garbage that's going to throw an error otherwise. Retry. Okay, new error. That's alright, as long as it's not the same error as before. What's this unhappy about? Int object has no attribute sequence. Current combo equals combos dot get. Okay. That's alright, we can probably deal with that. Well, let's start by printing out current combo and just see what's ending up in there. That current combo equals 0. How did that come to be? Is it the object then the priority, or is it the prior? No, then it would have thrown an error all the way back here, right? Did it print out the little debug message? I don't think so. Generate 51. Generate 50. What is happening here? Oh yes, generate 51 is what I'm calling. Now it ends up with current combo. Integer has no element sequence. How is integer coming to be in here? I do not know. Let's put a little breakpoint here and just see if it's actually getting to the point of printing something out. Aha! Here it is. This is the issue. It should be accessing the action associated with the letter. Right now we are just looking at the letter itself, which doesn't necessarily need to mean anything to anyone tuning in. All that matters is that when I refresh this, we're hopefully not going to get an error. Is it a new error at least? Integer has no attribute sequence. No, it is not a new error. Current combo should be a combo. Why is it not? Let me do some investigation. So if I boot up a new Python terminal and I import or from queue import priority queue. I do test equals I priority queue, and I say test dot put with priority 1, we're putting the word test. Now if I print out test, we've got a priority queue object. Test dot put with priority 2, we're putting test. Oh, that's also with priority 1. Come on. Now test dot get. And it spits out something. Okay. Wait, what? That's giving me the number. Oh, wait, does it give me... Wait, yeah, why is it... What? Do I still have my priority queue guide? Task A. Output. Oh, I meant to pass them as... Okay. Okay. I'm with you. I've been putting these in the wrong way. It's double. Ooh, double here, and it's going to use this as... Okay. Yeah. Current combo equals combos.get. You want the first one. Okay. Sweet as. And now this definitely just works, right? No. Oh, index is out of range because it isn't a she. If length of actions. It's a new error, which is good. Current combo dot sequence is greater than 0. We're going to check that there are actually things in the list before we try to grab the last one out. Yo, how's it going? It's going all right. So we're at the point where I've said we've pretty much got... What is this complaining at me for? We've pretty much got everything we need from just watching the frame data and trying to pull that out. It's not perfect. There's a lot of sun's not... No, yeah. It is nearly 6:30 p.m. It's been a long grind, and we're making slow progress. My phone's buzzing at me. I'll check if that's important in a moment, but let me quickly see what is the error. Key error. Current combo dot sequence. Length of actions current combo. Oh right, yeah, okay. There we go, that should help. Yeah, so it's been a long day, but index error. How is there an index error? Index error on this line. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's fair to say. That's fair to say that that would cause an index error. So I'm just debugging some stuff to do with actually running the evaluation now. So we should get something coming out. It's not going to be the most accurate because some of my numbers still aren't the most accurate. But if we get this work done now, then once we do get accurate numbers, it's going to be very quick to plug them in and get out some results. Did you get all the frame calcs? I got a lot of them, and some of them were educated guesses. There are a couple of things that I still don't have that I would like to get. Namely, I guess, I just remembered I'm not handling the fact that there's a sequence of attacks and primary attacks and melees, which change over time, but we're going to deal with that later. We're just going to get something working first, because I would like to have, you know, at least something getting spat out after 7 hours of working on this. Would be pretty cool. What am I checking? I'm checking if... Will you redo all of it for accuracy when it comes out, or only the ones you haven't got? I might redo all of it. I'll check all of it, probably. But, yeah, the thing is, once I've got all of this in place, plugging in new numbers won't be too difficult at all. I mean, measuring the new numbers might be a little bit of a pain in the butt, but there are some things I'll be able to be fairly confident in. So yeah, I don't know. It's not the most satisfying answer. The answer is essentially, I don't know. Open up that. There's still a little bit of sunlight out. We're on daylight saving time. I just realized if I open up the window all the way, you still get a little bit of natural lighting. Where was I? I'm making sure that this doesn't give me an error. If length of self dot sequence is greater than 0, then we're going to do this. And if it's not, then we're not. And now we get no errors. Hey, okay, something actually came out. Cool. What if I tell it to generate 3 combos which do 50 damage? Aha, it's not happy. Int object is not subscriptable. Interesting. Okay, so I'm passing the wrong thing back into here. Yes, I am. I sure am. I'm going to compress this live stream in 30 seconds. Can't wait to see it. Wait, is it thinking? I don't know what's happening. What is this? I told it to give me 3, so I'm not sure what it's doing. When in doubt, just run it again. Why has it stopped? Call stack. Interesting. I'm not entirely sure what I've done. Combos. Have I exceeded the reasonable size of the call stack? Length equals 2. There are 2 things in the queue, so presumably the answer is no. Starting to somewhat wish I'd done this in C++. What does this mean? What is it? I don't... Why is it stopping? My debugging skills are not as good as they ought to be. What are you telling me? Continue. Oh, there we go. Now we've got some errors. Errors I can deal with. Trace back. Heap push. Soft.q item. Huh. I see mega potential in your channel. I really appreciate that, man. Guess we'll see. There's every chance I'm gonna go into a Daredevil main arc, but time will tell. I've never had to debug Python code this way before. Apparently this is more complicated than I realized. What is happening? Why is this thing getting mad at me? Self.put item. What is item? Item is currently new combo.time taken. New combo. Let's just print this thing out before it tries to... Wait a second, how is it even getting to the point of spitting out the results if... What? I'm losing my mind, man. Print new combo of time taken. Let's see what that spits out. Oh, type error. Okay, yes. Not supported between instances of combo and combo. That's fine, but why would... Okay, is this addressed back here? Here's an example. The elements are added as tuples with the first element representing the priority. The lowest value has the highest priority and is dequeued first. Slower than heap queue due to thread safety. I don't really care about thread safety, to be quite honest. So I guess we go with the faster implementation, but I imagine it's still going to have the same issues. Why is it even trying to compare these things? Import heap queue. This is going to be a heap queue. Now, what is... Oh. Let me just bring this other window up on my second monitor while I copy some of this code over. Do I have plans? Yeah, honestly, I had considered that. And if we get somewhere somewhere useful, then I would absolutely do that. As long as I have a way of ripping the footage, which I imagine I will, and we get some interesting results. If we get to the end of this and the results aren't interesting, well, I'm going to be incredibly sad, but I'm not going to entertain that thought because it's a depressing one. Heap Q dot heap push. We're going to pass it the heap that it's being pushed to, which is combos, and the tuple that's going into that list. Okay. Does this look right? Wait. That looks right. Okay. Now, do I need to add a comparison between heap push Python? So it seems to be trying to do a comparison. Heap push tuple? I shouldn't, okay, wait, I don't have to do this as a tuple if I just add a comparative operator between these, right? So Python class add comparison. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. How do we push? Okay, combos. No, yeah. So the way of doing this is heap q dot heap push, and we're passing in combos a new combo. Stream started at 4 p.m. It's now 1 a.m. Yeah, it's like that. It's been a long day. Not gonna lie, I expected this to be faster, but that is kind of the way that it always goes. So we've got this. So I need to be able to grab something out. We're so close, I can feel it. I just need 7 hours passed by so quick. It was kind of quick. It could have been quicker if I'm being quite honest. Unfortunately, heap pop heap q dot heap pop heap. Does heap stop sounding like a real word at some point? Probably. Current combo equals heap q dot heap pop. Not heap. My heap is called combos. Is that all? No, don't save as. Is that all there is to it? Isn't 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. 9 hours? Depends on what, if you're moving between time zones, I guess. Not if you travel, yeah, that's right. I didn't actually start till about an hour after that, or more. So it took me a while to figure out how just to get the stream starting. OBS says it's got this way of implementing with YouTube. You sign into your YouTube account, and then you tell it to start up a stream, and it's like, oh, you can join a current stream, and then you go, okay, I've got a stream ready to go on YouTube's end, and it can't find any current streams, so then you just go back to the good old stream key method, which works, but it's like, I don't know, did they bite off more than they could chew, or am I just stupid? It's probably a bit of both. Didn't mean to send that, sorry. I think you should check you. Message retracted. Dang, I didn't know you could delete messages in YouTube. In YouTube live streams, that's crazy. What are we doing? We're taking the last couple of steps to get this actually running. Is empty a part of, you know what? That's never going to be empty by definition. So it's just that. Okay. Let me see. We just need to add a comparison between our combos, which returns whether or not one takes longer than the other. And once we do that, everything will definitely work. So let's define LT less than, okay, less than self other. Return self dot time taken is less than other dot time taken. And that might work. Nope. Oh. But it's breaking somewhere new, which is progress. Oh, you just define heap queue as, okay, yeah, that's not a class. It's a list. Now we try again. Now we try again. Error somewhere new. That's progress. Dictionary object is not callable. You are absolutely right. These should be square brackets. We try again. It's just that easy. It's just that easy. What was that, 7 hours? All right. I asked it for 3 combos and it gave me 4. That's cinema. Wait. I'm not finding the cure to cancer unless you count strategist mains not dying to dive as cancer, which I do. So I suppose I am finding the cure to cancer by some definitions. All right, where are we? Okay, so generate. Why did that give me 4 results though? That's more than I asked for. Okay, so while the length of results is less than number of results. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, that's fair. Because on one pass of adding new action. Okay, yeah. I'm all over it. So all I need to do now... What do I need to do now? You know what? Let's run a little test. Let's do a stress test. Don't generate for 50 damage, or don't generate for 1,000 damage. That's gonna break everything. Let's generate for 100 damage and see if it spits anything out. It did spit stuff out, and there's only 3 results this time. Very nice. What did it come up with? Okay, yeah, that's not bad. What about 150 damage? I'll make. I do not know. I doubt this will become its own Discord bot, not right away at the very least. About 250 damage. Though I guess it could. Something here is presumably very wrong, because there's no way it's doing this much damage in 24 frames. CSCSC. Oh, because I haven't implemented cooldowns. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Cooldowns. Yeah, that's a thing. Let's do that, I guess. This stuff was all supposed to be inside. This can go. Oh, and Righteous Cross, tracking whether or not you have that. How did I get the damage numbers? For many actions, I haven't. Some of them I was able to eyeball, and others are still at 0. So, yeah, I kind of skipped over some stuff, hoping that... Did I get a reply from anyone on Discord? Oh, dang. Ascot says he's done the final playbook update. Okay, no reply from Tefrite. Yeah, so I'm missing a bunch of damage numbers is the answer to that. Let me just... Alright. Necrostream has him 1v1ing Daredevil. Ooh. But did they just spam all their abilities? Because it's so difficult to keep track. Otherwise, you could view the POV for the health decrease. Yeah, I am down to try that. Let me start by... Okay, wait, let me start with something like this. I guess I don't need to be too precise in terms of... Whoa. In terms of, sort of tracking the timers on things necessarily. You could view the POV for the health decrease. Yeah, that's definitely seems reasonable. There's also this day short. Oh yeah, could you shoot that through? I'll have a look. What am I doing at the moment? I'm trying to make it so that Righteous Cross can only be used at appropriate times. So, when we are generating actions, if current combo dot has Righteous Cross, is that what how I put it? Has Righteous Cross, yeah. If you don't have Righteous Cross and action is equal to Righteous Cross, then pack it in. Doubt it's helpful. That inspires confidence. But if current combo does have Righteous Cross, and action is equal to primary, also pack it in. Alright, let's just comment these out for the moment because I haven't got any sort of attack sequences built in yet. But let's make sure these get copied over. Not primary sequence. Self.has righteous cross equals copy combo.has righteous cross self.have righteous cross timer. Alright. Oh, and then I've got to track the amount of fury as well. Fury equals 3.0. Copy combo dot fury. Alright, let's implement these things. So add action. When we're adding an action, if what are we doing? If fury self.fury. No, if actions. If the action that we're adding dot actually, so that's more simple than I thought. Is the link visible, by the way? No, the link is not visible, sorry. Are you able to send that via Discord? Sorry, I don't know how to... Well, I'm sure I could figure out how to change the automatic moderation, but... Discord would probably be faster than me digging through those settings. Enables righteous cross. Soft up. I'm not going to worry too much about the timer right now. Alright, sent. Let's have a look. Okay, cool. Let me see. I copy the link. Oh. Why did that copy the message link instead of copying the link to the... Just manually copy that. Okay. Here we go.
We're streaming.
Whoop.
Alright, no, go. So who's better at Daredevil right now? Tell me. Quick quack, are you live right now?
Looks like it's going to be very difficult to track.
If you were streaming, I would say, yeah, fucking terrible! No, you are terrible!
If I'm desperate, it's good to know that it's there. I am not yet quite desperate enough to try to decipher what action is causing which tick of damage and how much overshield is getting eaten and all of that. Not yet. Maybe later. Maybe I'll get that desperate. Maybe sooner than I think. But for now I do have other things to worry about. If the action is righteous cross, self.has righteous cross equals false. So we're just dealing with some stuff to do with resources, making sure that they're handled correctly. So I'm not tracking cooldowns yet. The initial temptation is just to say if something is on cooldown, then what's the best way to handle cooldowns? I can just keep track of when something comes off of cooldown, maybe. Because I don't want to say you can only use something that has a cooldown once per attack. That doesn't really make sense. Or once per combo. Because you can get... Oh, or do I? Because none of the cooldowns are that short. For now, let's just say if something's on a cooldown, you can only use it once per combo. Because I'm not really concerned with finding these massive tank plus attack combos that take like 10 plus seconds. So, what we're going to do is cooldowns only once per combo. What we're going to do, this is not talking about the ones that take... Catch you around it, Amjolly, have a good night. Thanks for dropping in. So which actions have cooldowns? Cooldown time 0 by default. Yeah, so if cooldown time is not equal to 0, cool. Whoa, how did this happen? Okay, come back down to where I was editing the error line. If action dot cooldown time is not equal to 0, that means that it does have a cooldown associated with it, which means that if we've already used it once, so and action is in let's see, current combo dot sequence, so we've already used it and it has a cooldown, then pack it in. We don't want to explore this this sequence any further. Alright, so this should mean, because what were we doing here, CSCS, what are C and S? That's Infernal Fury. Okay, so yeah, that's going to... Hopefully we're no longer going to be able to spam this. Oh wait, no, we haven't implemented that yet. We're tracking Fury, but we're not saying don't go below 0 Fury. So let's do that now. If action dot fury cost, so we're going to look at our current state, current combo dot fury minus the fury cost. If that is less than 0, pack it in. We're not exploring this. Alright. Let's see. What does this give us now? Whoops, it's not happy. Current combo that has Righteous Cross. What is it not sure about? Current combo that has Righteous Cross. Combo object has no attribute, has Righteous Cross. Has Righteous Cross. Have I misspelled it somewhere? I indeed have. Righteous Cross. Righteous is what it ought to be. Are there any more instances of has Righteous Cross? You know what? Replace all? Oh, that was the only one left. Okay, cool. It's a new error. Righteous Cross timer. Yeah, okay. I've done it. Wow, that's impressive. I'm horrendous at spelling. Is that the only instance of that? What's this one complaining at me for? Build? Unhashable type dictionary. Oh, yep, that'll do it. Just hashing out some little bugs. Let's retry. Index out of range. Pop combos. Index out of range. 253. Let's have a look. Combos. What? Oh, it found nothing. Cool. What if I tell it to generate combos which deal at least 50 damage? Do we get something? Yeah, okay. I see. Because so many of our actions still say that they do 0 damage. Cool. That's fine. Let's just make up some numbers really quickly. Let's say 20 for punch. Let's say 30 for punch. Or primary, not punch. 20 for melee. Let's say Infernal Fury does 25 per hit. Let's say Objection, all of those hits do 5 damage. It doesn't look like a lot that it's doing. Devil's Latch doesn't seem to do a lot. Let's just call it 15. We're just making up numbers at this point just to get something to be spat out. Alright, now we should be able to generate some more combos. Let's generate 100 combos, shall we? Or the combos that do 100 damage, not 100 combos. These all do exactly 100, very cool. What about 200, is that gonna work? It's actually surprisingly fast. For Python, 250. Let's see 250. Okay, cool. So this seems to be working pretty well. Our damage numbers aren't perfect, and right, I see. So the problem right now is that we're generating the number of combos that we say, but because we sort of sometimes generate them too soon, this gets slightly tricky. Okay, so the problem is sometimes when we call our resolve function, it's okay. I've got it. So we've got results. We also want resolved results, and that's going to look like this. Now, the reason we keep our results that are obtained via the resolve method separate is because they are obtained by looking into the future, and you don't want to look into the future and find something which means you're taking a worse option than something that was coming, you just hadn't gotten there yet. So our resolved results are going to be kept separate, and then at the end we're going to create a sorted list which combines the two of these. So where are we? Results.append. But if we get it via resolve, we want resolved results.append. Now, sorted results equals how are we best to sort these? So, I mean, we could just put them all together and then bubble sort it, which is a bit lazy, but by the time we've gotten all of our results, it's really not, like, even though it's an inefficient solution, so little of our time is going to be spent on this step regardless, that it really doesn't matter if this is inefficient, because this is so much more computationally expensive that this being inefficient, like if this here takes 5 seconds, and this here could take 0.01 seconds, but instead it's going to take 0.03 seconds. Who cares? This isn't where the time is saved or lost en masse, so it doesn't matter if this is inefficient. So we're going to just take the sorted results. It's going to be the combination of these two lists, and then we're going to bubble sort it. So for I in sorted results, well, not for I in range length of sorted results, for J in range length of sorted results, minus, oh, whoops, you want it back here, minus I minus 1. We're going to go if sorted results J, and what is the metric we're doing? We're doing a metric of time is greater than the next element, and we're going to swap them. And that is bubble sort, and bang, our results are sorted. So now for I in range, we're going up to number of results. We're actually going to print sorted results okay, actually let's do it this way. Let's keep it as result not result, result equals sorted results bang. And now it's probably going to think for a little bit longer, but bang, it actually gives us the fastest options in the correct order. Wow, that is a significant time save. So when we were using our sort of look ahead method, we found things that were taking 117 frames was the shortest, and now we realized we were overlooking something that was 62 frames. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually going to be 62 frames, because we're using incomplete data. But that's alright. Now what's left to do? I mean, we can handle the, oh wait, I'm letting you exceed the max fury as well. We need to make sure that that doesn't happen. Where is fury being handled? Self.fury, if self.fury exceeds max fury, then self.fury equals max fury. Cool. It's getting dark. It doesn't look that dark in person. I guess I could up the gain on my camera, but whatever. Guess it doesn't really matter. Let's come back here. Alright, how much further do we want to go right now? What's still on the to-do list? There's the Righteous Cross timer. Honestly, right now I'm not too worried about that. We've got to find the proper damage numbers. Assuming we parry something, that's fine. So the variations in melee attacks. I'm not too stressed about that just yet. Not yet. So really I just need damage numbers. And I'm going to get damage numbers by asking around for people who have measured them more accurately than I'm able to by just watching videos. So I think we're going to wrap up the stream there. I'm gonna hit a split here, and then we're gonna pause our timer. What is it? Control. Pause. Can I sort of save this and bring up the same timer later? I don't know. 7.5 hours. That's not nothing. Oh, you guys can't see. Let's get a final view up. Where are we? Yeah, so that's where we're going to leave it off for now. It's been a bit of fun. And I'll bring back some sort of an update once I get word on some more damage numbers or get some more accurate timings. We should be able to take this a little bit further. But yeah, that's all for now. I see one person here. Whoever you are, thanks for tuning in. And if you're watching this back, thanks for checking it out. I imagine you'd have been jumping around a little bit because this has all been a little bit slow paced, but hopefully it's been a bit of fun regardless. I'll be chopping this down at some point, assuming I end up getting some good results out of this. I'll take some highlights, or I'll probably end up just voicing over everything. Anyways, yeah, see you later. Where's the end stream button?